making the challenges you are facing in green industrialization. I want to start with Madam Shipra. You have the floor, please. Thank you. 10 minutes, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as discuss the critical challenges of green industrialization, as we discuss the critical challenges of green industrialization through the lens of private sector experience, allow me to also look at this through the lens of women-owned businesses. Dr. Zimba, I hope this will add to the report, as I thought the report was quite lean on women and youth, given that we've just finalized the AFCFTA protocol on women and youth. I quoted and said, if women are indeed half the world's population and have been disempowered at best, or deliberately stifled at worst, then humanity should take responsibility for its many failings and stagnation. In other words, we would all have collectively ensured that 50% of the world's economic potential is made redundant. As stated by the African Development Bank, climate change presents a $3 trillion investment opportunity in Africa by 2030. And private sector will be a key to green investment and development. 75% of that investment is expected to come from the private sector to complement the public sector financing. However, there are challenges hindering the employment of green growth strategies among the private sector and business member states regionally, and these impact on private sector's capacity to create sustainable jobs. Some of those, and what we are hoping, is to get the support from national government to promote regulatory framework. I think it was mentioned this morning through the report, an environment that is conducive for green growth strategies. Government must ensure that there are incentives to do business and investment and also move towards green growth, knowing business is recovering from the impact of COVID-19. And we also know that business will make the greatest investment when their risk is at lowest. So what is required is clarity on stability of the policy environment, and policymakers must make sure that these commitments are done. Reduction of costs on research and development, if we can be provided with public funding to reduce this, so that we can be able to unlock some of this, unlock our private sector funding to other areas. It also has potential to promote both green development and green growth simultaneously. And also, I think it has been explained extensively this morning that infrastructure is key component to green economic and growth. The Graça Machel Trust that I represent was founded 12 years ago with a focus on women's economic advancement, leadership, and ensuring that the adolescent girls are at the center of the African policy. Our mission is to multiply and amplify women's voices, influence governance, and promote leadership in economic and social development of Africa. We have achieved a collective impact through our women's network in business and in finance in 17 countries within the continent. And over the last 10 years, we have experimented, we have piloted, we've scaled successes and learned valuable lessons. We have implemented unique models that link global, regional, and national advocacy. We have invested in strategies and activities that seek to confront the numerous structural barriers that impede the progress of women and children, while simultaneously trying to break the cycle of poverty at individual as well as economic level. The environment, however, that we operate in has evolved despite our growth, our progress and the efforts of many others. Unmet development needs on the continent remain vast, and inequality is deepening. Today's social environment challenges are more complex than ever before, requiring African leaders at all levels to make radical choices that will positively influence Africa's development agenda. We recognize that confronting growing inequalities requires Africans, and African women in particular, to develop stronger common voice. As an institution, we were placed to continue the work of elevating the voices of African women. Our work has shown that women's networks make a difference, and that our participation in policy spaces supports the development of better, more equitable policies. African women are already dominant drivers of the economic and social development. The complexities of issues they are grappling with today and into the future is also increasing. And the task now becomes to amplify visibility and voices in decision-making. The urgency of this cannot be overstated, moderator. 10 years ago, climate emergency was not on the horizon. And today, it is family with us, affecting the lives and livelihoods of women and their families. And at the session we recently held in Geneva, we realized that women are dealing with multiple crises. At the Grassa Machel Trust, we created Women Creating Wealth program, which is a program that's meant to shift women's behavior and ignite their growing appetite to transform their businesses from income generation to wealth creation. We do have a bold ambition to support the first 10,000 women that will generate $1 billion and 500,000 youth jobs in the next 5 years. With that, with a particular focus, as it was mentioned this morning, on priorities such as agribusiness, trade, services, creative industries, agro-processing, manufacturing, and green economy. These are areas women occupy firmly and or have great opportunity for value addition. But how should government prepare for green industrialization revolution where private sector dominates to mitigate failures and promote success to private sector leading the green industrialization? Government need to harmonize. I think my brother mentioned that we need not work in silos. Government need to harmonize policies both at the regional and national level, ensuring consistency between objectives and implementation practice of the existing sectoral policies and green growth objectives. We need to consider economic, social, and environmental policy interlinkages Dr. Zimba mentioned this morning. And as stated on the research by UNECA, development of the regional transport corridors in the region helps improve efficiency in the transport of goods and services within and across border. This is important for enhancing regional trade, I think it was mentioned, and facilitating integration. Mainstream digital and other green technologies in transport sector would also help to improve efficiency and reduce costs, as well as environmental impact. Develop a clear transport regulatory framework is necessary, and foster effective PPPs that will help deliver infrastructure gap in the region. The African Women in Business, whom I'm president of, was founded to position women for investment opportunities in 8 priority sectors, as per the SADC industrialization strategy. And one of its focus is capacitating women on export trade and ICT, which we thought are critical areas that are required by women in business. And we have seen firsthand the barriers to trade that women are facing. We are encouraged by policies and strategies that member states have deployed to promote private sector and to adopt green initiatives, and how these policies and strategies fared. We've got the SADC Industrialization Development Policy Framework, SADC Industrialization Strategy Roadmap, the SADC Digital Transformation Strategy, which we just finalized. Some of the challenges that were mentioned that need to be addressed include improving access, accessibility, ensuring wide coverage of infrastructure affordability, especially among women and youth, and the capacity to benefit from innovative, effectively solutions in the micro, small, and medium enterprises. The AFCFTA, as I've mentioned, we recently celebrated in Dar es Salaam and adopted the African Continental Free Trade Women and Youth Protocol. His Excellency Wamkele Mene reiterated that it is now time to reflect on how to translate these proposed solutions into innovative, practical, implementable, and enforceable legal instruments. He said the AFCFTA aims to achieve less inequality, equal opportunities, and equitable distribution of well-being in the society of its state parties across different classes, cultures, communities, and gender inclusive. This coming into force of this agreement, establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, is particularly significant given the state of intra-Africa trade and the general impact of COVID-19 on business as well as on women in business and trade and global economy. The AFCFTA presents an opportunity for trade both for large multinationals and small medium enterprises to trade across Africa We understand the benefits from the AFCFTA will not be automatic. There needs to be a deeper understanding of what interventions are required to address both national as well as regional structural barriers in order to strengthen opportunities for women and youth. Women informal cross-border traders play a vital role in sustaining Africa's economy. Estimates suggest that 50 to 60% of the total intra-Africa trade is informal. And in most regions in Africa, including Southern Africa, women constitute around 70% of informal border traders. Based on this understanding, the AFCFTA will aid women ICBTs in 3 key ways: an improvement of infrastructure, as well as unrestricted movements, non-tariff barriers and tariff reductions. Furthermore, the formalization of ICBTs must be addressed and mainstreamed in national trade policy formulation, unified trade desk at regional borders, simplified trade regimes, logistics infrastructure of goods. Technology provides an enabling opportunity to fast-track via services, payment gateways, and access to finance, which are the things that we're looking at as we are working with women in business and we are working with trade and looking at how to make sure that there is the payment gateways and access to finance, which is the reason why African women in business partnered with multi-tech platforms to launch some of these platforms for informal traders. However, the key challenge that we faced has been dissemination of information to the end users. We conducted training for export trade with partners, and we always find that women do not even understand the acronym AFCFTA, or some of them have heard what it means. So dissemination of this information, understanding to the end users so that they can be able to participate. Government to provide incentives similar to the government of South Africa through the Department of Environmental Affairs that has set up a green fund to support transition of low carbon, resource efficient and climate resilient development path, delivering impact on high impact economic, environmental and social benefit. This fund is additional to complementary to existing fiscal allocations supporting the transition of South Africa's economy to a low carbon resource efficiency and climate resilience. And also, as we've heard, supporting from UNECA, the transition of green and inclusive industrialization of the SADC, the project, supporting the transition to green and inclusive industrialization, that will also offer an opportunity that is targeted to women beneficiaries or women-led businesses in the industrial sector in the SADC region. How can private sector be effectively involved in developing strategies aimed at eliminating obstacles to green growth? Private sector is a critical actor in helping to drive the green transition, and some private sectors players have already begun taking significant steps to decarbonize. Effective, as I've mentioned, PPP agreements that will make sure that we are able to achieve this. Our mission is to multiply and amplify women's voices, influence governance and promote leadership in economic and social development of Africa. And we have achieved a collective impact through our women's network in business, as I've mentioned, in 17 countries. But what also we have done over and above that is forming a women's finance network and to aim to engage stakeholders in the financial sector and ensure digital financial inclusion. This aims to do 3 things: to increase women's access to finance and other financial products, to build capacity on skills of women entrepreneurs in the financial industry, with the hope that these women will be able to look at financing with the gender lens view. Fast-track the number of women in leadership positions in the financial sector. This, for us, will put women at the center of decision-making. This will deepen the financial inclusion and digital financial inclusion of women on the continent and enhance the performance of women in business. The Graça Machel Trust formed an expert leaders group, which is to mobilize expert women leaders who are currently serve in leadership position of governors and deputy governors of central banks within the region to transform the policy actions that promote opportunities to advance growth of micro, small, and medium enterprises as a pillar of economic recovery and construction post-COVID-19. And lastly, gender mainstreaming regarding inclusiveness, which has been mentioned, the IEE project to ensure promoted and improve gender balance within the energy efficiency industry in South Africa. Some of those projects are what we are looking for. The IEE project encouraged greater participation of women in energy efficiency through the policy engagement, including women in capacity development and participation in leadership, networking and role model initiatives, and outreach programs at tertiary institution. Looking at gender mainstreaming regarding inclusiveness, the Graça Machel Trust created a Pan-African focused impact investment designed by African women for African women, which focuses on gender lens investment, and we hope this fund will prioritize the green growth strategies. I submit.
Thank you for the intervention. I think I will not attempt to summarize, but I'll give you an opportunity to sit around, listen to the other interventions, and we'll invite questions from the floor. But the key issue that you raise is about gender equality, about the opportunities for women, about the need to harmonize policies, the need to pull through in terms of the implementation of the regional master plans on energy and infrastructure development. I think those are key issues that continue to resonate with us as we talk about greening. My pleasure to welcome my brother, Dr. Guta, to share with us his experiences. I think just to remind the House that what we are trying to do is we are trying to extract the specific experiences of the private sector actors that are before us, extract what we think and feel, or they feel as the private sector, that the government has been able to help them in the journey to green growth, or actually what has been undermining the journey to green growth, and the initiatives that they've put in place to try and promote and move forward with the green growth agenda. I think, Dr. Guta, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm trying to stabilize my laptop so that I can present freely. I don't know where I can anchor it because it's just coming down the podium. Can I get assistance, please? It's coming down like this, so I don't know how I can, yeah. How can I do it? I want it to stabilize. Oh my God. But I need this for my notes. Maybe I can take your microphone and stand there and speak from this rather than waste more time here.
Thank you, moderator. I will share my experience as a practicing private sector person, rather than speak to the generality of the issues. I am Dr. Guta. I retired last year from a company called Prescan Limited, where we produce ethanol. So I'll be sharing this perspective from the narrow corner of a company that was trying to green its activities. Pardon?
This is okay. So I can surrender this. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I have discussed this presentation with my successor at Prescan Limited, so I have the authority to share it with you. Now, the point I want to make at the start is that private sector, for it to green its activities, must be motivated. And the basic motivation of private sector is to make profit, to make money, to create wealth. And at any point in time, in terms of its planning, it has to make certain assumptions. And the critical assumptions come from the macroeconomic performance of the economy. And if we are going to reflect on any issues in relation to what countries should do to support greening activities in private sector, the management of the economy has become very important. And I think it came out very clearly yesterday from the presentation of UNECA in the context of what needs to be done, or what our countries in the region have performed in the past year or so. Issues about national GDP growth inform private sector on direction of investment, not only for the current year, but for a time horizon. Normally, this is, in our case at Prescan Limited, the time horizon was for 3 years. Issues of inflation, important to inform the investment decisions of private sector. But at the end of the day, private sector needs to make profit and therefore projects growth in the particular year of reference, but also in the future years that is indicated in its planning horizon. Now, growth is driven by two factors. One is exploitation of your existing resources, existing capabilities. And so you sweat your assets to ensure that you generate more value out of them than before. The other dimension is investing in expansion projects so that you can anticipate more revenue in future, and that's called exploration. And in all cases, whatever you do must pass certain criteria for acceptability in terms of investment. And those relate to, for example, net cash flows, net present value, and internal rates of return, IRR, but more importantly also the payback period. And so when we talk about greening private sector activities, we must perceive them from this perspective of private sector, that they would not only green for the sake of greening, they would green their activities with the basis on the understanding that they will generate value from those greening activities. We have been schooled, as it were, through the meeting of experts that we had on Monday, that we have to look at industrialization from point of view of inclusive growth and green growth, and therefore look at greening activities of industry in a manner that is inclusive. Now, greening options, there are two greening options that are available to private sector and to any entity. That is greening their own activities as a going concern. Or the other option is starting new activities from a green perspective, new investments. Now, in the context of Prescan, which I was leading as CEO until September last year, it was important for us to green our activities, and I'll tell you why. Prescan Limited produces ethanol, which is used for blending with petrol and therefore reduce the national demand for foreign exchange used to import petroleum products. Now, for us to produce that ethanol, we need materials, we need energy, and we need water. Basically, we take water into vessels, fermentation vessels, where molasses is mixed with water. We feed in to the process nutrients, fertilizers, and perhaps the most important factory in the whole process, which is yeast, because it is yeast that converts the sugars in the molasses to ethanol. And after doing that, we then take what we call the mash, we distill it in our facility, and therefore extract ethanol from that process. Now, the first stage of extraction gives you ethanol at the concentration of 40%. Now, for you to get to the concentration that you desire, there are two processes. We use ordinary distillation, at which stage we get the ethanol from 40% to 96%. But if you are going to use that ethanol for powering motor vehicles, you don't need the 4% water in your ethanol. So you've got to extract the 4% water, and that is done through a process called dehydration, where the ethanol is passed through what we call in the business molecular sieves to remove the water from the ethanol, at which point you get your what we call absolute alcohol at 99.4%. Now, that process generates waste. There are two streams of waste generated. The first one is water, wastewater, which we call effluent, but technically we call it vinasse. It contains largely water, but important nutrients, which if beneficiated, as I will demonstrate, can be of value to the economy. The other waste stream is carbon dioxide, because the process of producing ethanol combines sugars with water to generate ethanol, and a byproduct is carbon dioxide. So there are two waste streams that are a nuisance from a greening perspective. At this stage, Press Ethanol has not yet designed a greening mechanism for the carbon dioxide that comes out from the fermentation process. So, in terms of environmental footprint from the process that I've just described, three issues which I've already alluded to are of concern. For us to extract the ethanol from the mash, from the mash, we need energy to heat the mash in terms of temperature-wise, and we use coal. And so one of the nuisance is coal ash. I've already alluded to the fact that we generate effluent, and for every liter of ethanol, we produce 9 to 10 liters of wastewater. And I've already alluded to the carbon dioxide that is generated out of the process. Now, the wastewater previously was being channeled to ponds for drying in the atmosphere. But as I said, these resources can be beneficiated to generate wealth, and that's where the greening activities become evident. So, what did we do to green our activities? The first thing that I would like to highlight is that from the wastewater, when you have a biogas digester, you can extract methane gas from the biogas, from the wastewater. Now, when you extract methane, there are solids that remain, and those solids have, as I said earlier, a nutrient potential, particularly potassium. So, first of all, using a biogas digester, we extract the gas, and that gas is fed into a gas engine to generate electricity, to power the activities of the company, and therefore reduce demand on the national grid, but also generate, even if it is a small component that feeds into the grid. So you can actually see that from a waste stream, we are generating a product and generating power. So the other thing that we did, for us to be able to do this, we needed more steam. And so on the negative side, we had to increase the capacity of our boiler. But there is good news, because going forward, the ash, as you will see later, has also been beneficiated. The carbon that comes out of the coal, we justify our activities in terms of the greening operations, in terms of the fact that we are in a renewable energy cycle, because the main product, which is sugarcane molasses, is harnessed from sugarcane, which requires carbon because of photosynthesis. So it's a cyclic equation, as it were. So these are the activities that we undertook to green our operations. Critical advantages: reduction in use of materials, generation of additional streams of revenue, and indeed generation of power, and generation of usable materials in the context of fertilizers. I alluded to the fact that yes, we were increasing the use of coal and perhaps increasing the amount of coal ash, but that coal ash has now been turned into a valuable product by combining the ash with cement to produce blocks, hollow blocks. And so you see that from a situation where we had effluent going just to west and relying on the atmosphere to evaporate, we have taken all that stream to generate value as input into the company itself, but also potential to generate power for the grid, even if it is a small quantity, but also to generate new products and therefore create value. This can be done and has been done in the context of inclusive industrialization, because the molasses that we have been hitherto using was obtained from a sugar factory, and there, of course, they start from sugarcane. Now, to include the community around us, a decision was made to invest in the sugarcane growing. And that's where government policy comes in, because if we are to use the community to grow sugarcane, it will be, the community cannot easily mobilize resources. So we did a pilot case of establishing a small farm, a sugarcane farm, together with the community. And in the process, what did we do? We identified, the community gave land, and we priced that land and matched the price of the total land in terms of value with cash from Presken Limited. And we opened a 100-hectare pilot farm. And the good news is that within the first year of operation, we were able to generate profits from that activity, and the community got dividends. And therefore, you see the context of inclusive development. And that is going to continue going forward in terms of expanding from a mere 70 hectares to now 3,000 hectares of land. And as I'm speaking, government has come in through what we call the Agricultural Commercialization Project, where farmers are going to, and the Presken Limited are going to expand the sugarcane growing. So that is indeed industrialization. So if we are to reflect on policies, as I said earlier, critical is that private sector is motivated by profit. And therefore, we expect that governments should have appropriate macroeconomic variables, show fiscal discipline, and provide a supportive monetary policy environment. And all these factors are what our ECA team presented yesterday, and they are critical in terms of supporting greening activities of industries. And indeed, when we were making the investment decisions, it became very important to justify these investments in terms of, as I said earlier, on an earlier slide, in terms of viability indicators, the internal rates of return, the payback period, and so on. So that's very important in terms of the nature of private sector. In the context of green industrialization, growth promotion, the size of local markets. Now, in the case of Presken and the product that it produces, policy is very important because it is policy of government to blend petrol with ethanol. The only limitation is that we do not have enough ethanol in Malawi to meet the national mandate. And so policy becomes an important driver for private sector to make decisions to invest in greening activities. Access to foreign markets is important for products and services, and therefore quality infrastructure is key. We do not have all the materials that we need to maximally use this plant that we have. And over the years, we have had to import molasses from Mozambique. I usually used to come to Mozambique in a town called Marumeu, somewhere in I think it's Zambezia or Sofala province, to negotiate contracts for purchase of molasses. Now we are trying to replace that by using this inclusive growth approach. Now, quality infrastructure becomes important. For us to transport molasses from Marumeu to Chikwawa in Malawi, there's a distance of about 700 kilometers because you have to follow the existing road structure. But if you look at the map of Malawi and Mozambique, there is a shorter route from Marumeu via the rail line and Donayana Bridge. Then you go to Chikwawa via a district called Nsanje. That route is a mere 400 kilometers. The cost difference is phenomenal. So when we talk about quality infrastructure from a private sector perspective, we are talking about reducing cost and therefore making profits much easier to realize. And therefore this is indeed an issue. And going forward, if we are looking at greening activities from a private sector perspective, it is indeed true to focus our attention on quality infrastructure. Then in the context of how entrepreneurship and innovation programs have helped, availability of government incentives to support innovation, I've already alluded to the policy environment, government innovation incentives for entrepreneurship. I want to highlight the issue of locus of control, meaning that private sector must have the motive itself to do what it wants to do best, rather than it being entangled by issues of, for example, political economy. Entry and exit from business operations become important, and therefore the issues of our policy governing competition.
Dr. Guta.
Lastly.
Thank you.
enforce regulations, and then with respect to strategies to remove barriers and so on for women enterprises, I think my colleague, the lady from the Gracia Machel Foundation, has covered a greater dimension there. But perhaps linkages between producers and our knowledge centers become important. I would raise my case at that point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Guta. I let you go for more than 10 minutes. I felt you needed to tell your full story. You were very passionate about the work you are doing, and I think it provides us with lessons. This is important, that don't mess with the profit function if you are government. Our delegates here, I think they've heard you, that you have to ensure that the profit functions remain primary in terms of the operation of business, and also ensuring that you are creating an environment that allows business to function, greening as maybe as new investment, you know, as greenfields investment or as brownfield investment. You also touched on that. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Pinfolo from COMESA Business Council to take us through his presentation. He's assured me that he will take 9 minutes. Thank you. You have the floor, Dr. Pinfolo.
Switch for this. Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. I will try to be quick. So essentially, I'll be looking at the 7 key challenges and also provides their recommendations in as far as green industrialization is concerned. But before I go into that, just a brief snapshot of where I'm coming from, COMESA Business Council. So COMESA Business Council is a recognized business member organization established as a private sector institution of COMESA. So essentially, we are the voice of the private sector. And in terms of our strategy, in as far as private sector development is concerned, we are focusing on 3 main key pillars. That's membership development, and then we are also focusing on business facilitation services, but also on business and policy advocacy. So while doing our work, we do have quite a number of study groups, like working groups, like for instance, the manufacturing, financial services, digital services, etc. So I think in as far as policies have been mentioned, I think my colleagues in the panel have talked more about policies. I think there are indeed quite a number of policies. And RECs in the region have also put in place some policies, like for instance, the COMESA industrial policy, the 2017-2026, but also we have even heard about the SADC, as well as even other policies within the region. However, in terms of the challenges, I think one of the key challenges that I would point out is on the role of industry policies in as far as structural transformation towards industry economy is concerned. So if you look at these policies, as much as even at REC policies are being done, but also even at national level, we have heard about policy reviews, like for instance in the case of Malawi, Zimbabwe and others. You find that there is no clear framework in as far as implementation is concerned. So as a recommendation, what we are saying is there has to be a clear institutional arrangement that target groups in as far as implementation is concerned. So essentially, when it comes to policy framework, we are looking at those policy aspects which have to be smart, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, as well as even time-bound. The other challenge, in as far as green industrialization is concerned, is to do with sustainable business models. So, for instance, I think there's been a mention on the issues of value chains for batteries, like in DRC as well as Zambia.
you find to say that for this to be achieved, there is a need to sort of like create parallel investments in such as initiatives. So I'll give an example, like for instance, for electric cars. So for the electric car industry to prosper, you find that there's a need, like for instance, those battery, they must be there, but also we need to have another component even like of the charging infrastructure of those batteries. So there has to be like sort of like independent investments in as far as this work is concerned. So as a recommendation, what we are saying is we need to develop sustainable business models, of course in line with also interdependent technologies, and by the end of the day, there will be creation of sustainable jobs in specialized firms making parallel investments. So like for instance, we have one key area focusing on manufacturing electric vehicles, another area focusing on manufacturing batteries, and another area even focusing on manufacturing charging infrastructure. So essentially by doing so, we are creating employment for the private sector. The other aspect is about circular economy. I think from yesterday, Mr. Tishi from UNIDO talked about incentives. Even Dr. Guta, he also talked about incentives. So as a challenge, you realize to say that when it comes to incentives that guide the way people invest or produce, consume, these incentives are not accounting for environmental costs. And what we are saying is there are key issues that must be considered when we are looking about, when we are talking about green industrialization. So these include, like for instance, the design systems must ensure that environmental costs are internalized. That's number one. Number two, pollution must be kept to a minimum, although in Africa we haven't like contributed a lot in as far as pollution is concerned. But also we are talking about material consumption must be reduced, and also even the inputs must be recycled. I think from our experts meeting, we talked about even issues of recycling, like for instance, e-waste management. So by doing so, we'll be able also to minimize the costs, and then we are having also sustainable green industries. And as a recommendation on this aspect, what we are saying is that there must be a need for a well-focused innovation system that generates necessary know-how for industrial development. The other aspect, which has also been largely talked about, is access to finance. This is also one of the challenges in as far as the private sector is concerned. And you will note that in the region, there are several development financial institutions, whether AFDB, you're talking of TDB, and others. So as a recommendation also, what we are saying is there's a need to revive such development finance institutions with a focus on supporting industrial growth. But also at the same time, we must also develop some options for innovative financing, and this can include issues like, for instance, PPPs, public-private partnerships, but also even other special purpose vehicle just to facilitate this industrial growth. The other aspect which has also been talked about more as a challenge is grid energy to promote industrialization. This has also been one of the key issues in as far as industrialization is concerned. So what we're saying is there is a need to accelerate industrialization in the region, but also a need for cooperation between countries and infrastructure providers. I think there was a mention on the project, like program for infrastructure development in Africa, PIDA, which is also one of the good initiatives that can also be taken forward going ahead. And the other aspect is also that there must be a need for a strong focus on the private sector to deliver universal energy access, but above all, increased investments in renewable energy. The last but one challenge is on research and development. This is also another area which has been talked on a lot. So we note to say that there is lack of research and development on industrial innovation and technology, but also again issues to do with the required skills. So as a recommendation, what we're saying is there has to be tailor-made technical and digital training skills, like for people, whether there are soft skills like in management, towards industry management, or hard skills in engineering and the like. And also we are saying there must be an establishment of innovation hubs within the region. So these hubs will act as a catalyst in as far as stimulation of the application of new technologies and investments are concerned to industrial growth. This is my last slide, and the last challenge which has also been talked a lot, is on the digital divide and infrastructure development. So if you look at the digital divide, like in most of our countries, when you're talking about technologies, you find that when it comes maybe to 4G technology, it's only found in the major cities, whether it's Lusaka or Maputo. But if you go into the rural areas, you find lower technologies, maybe 2G, 3G, even non-technology at all. And what does this mean? It means probably if I want to do something, I will not be able to do it where there's no coverage. So today we need to take advantage now of what we are calling the fourth industrial revolution. I think as also of yesterday we heard about so many things, like for instance, smart agriculture, issues about Internet of Things, the drones, which can help in the drive on this industrialization. So in a nutshell, those are the 7 challenges and the recommendations. Thank you very much. I hope I've done 5 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Pingfolo. I entrusted you with 9 minutes, and you spent your 9 minutes quite economically. You gave us 2 minutes back. The issues that you raise sort of add on what Dr. Guta and also spoke about. It's about incentivizing the private sector. It's about intellectual property, more focused innovation policies, acceleration of green industrialization, and the creation of innovation hubs. You are with us, and I'm sure there are lots of questions from the delegates. Please hang around so that we'll give an opportunity to delegates to interrogate you further. I think you also raise an important issue in terms of a recognition of the importance of existing regional frameworks, continental frameworks, supporting green industrialization. At this juncture, I would like to invite Teach. Are you online, Teach? IT? We're supposed to have 2 interveners online, Teach and Mr. Chaudhry. Good morning, Teach. Can you hear us? We can't hear you. Check, are we winning there? Yeah. Tech team, are we making progress? Bear with us, Teach, as we try to resolve this. Lost it. Is it going to be anytime soon? Okay. Teach, can you hear us? Hello? Maybe we could take one or two burning questions. I don't know how long this is going to take from the delegates, from the 3 interventions that we've had. And then we can go back to... Teach, can you hear us? Okay. Any burning question that we could pose to our panelists while we wait for the system to be available for us to listen to Teach and Mr. Chaudhry? Yes, I can see a hand. Come through, madam.
Sim, muito bom dia. Meu nome é Maria da Conceição Faria, sou da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane.
Okay.
Para um apresentador? Sim, tinha
Ok.
dito, sim, tinha dito logo no início, meu nome é Maria Faria, né? Maria da Conceição Faria, sou da academia, venho da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane, Faculdade de Direito. Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. Gutta, I think the question is directed at you. It's about the movement of molasses and its processing in Malawi. How economic is that? That's the question. And isn't it better to bring the process closer to where the molasses is being generated? Molasses is bulky, it doesn't travel very well. Over to you.
Thank you. I like that question so much because it brings out practical issues. Indeed, it would be easier for the molasses to be processed at Marumeo into finished products, the ethanol. But the issues are capacity. If you are to produce ethanol, you need, okay, let me remember my mathematics, my numbers. For every 1,000 kilograms of sugarcane, we will be able to produce 4 tons of molasses. Because the other sugar in the sugarcane goes to the table sugar. And so if you are to depend on production of your ethanol from molasses, you will have to have a certain quantity of land available for you to grow the sugar and get the volume of molasses that will meet your capacity in terms of your plant operations. And so that's the first constraint in terms of, and this speaks to the old problem of energy versus food, which is well documented in the literature. Now, coming directly to your question, we did explore the possibility of a partnership between the company that I've talked about here, Presken Limited, with the operating company at Marumeo, which is Terios Sugar, based, it's basically a French company with roots in Brazil. We did explore the possibility of us joining and co-investing in a plant at Marumeo. But those were the constraints that I've talked about in terms of the amount of sugarcane that you need to produce to get the amount of molasses for you to justify an investment. Now, for me, and this is the recommendation that I'm making, in terms of the regional integration, why not, as we are doing with Zimbabwe and Zambia, create a zone between Malawi and Mozambique that looks at sugarcane and as an input into the production of ethanol. You will also need, I think, that in the context of Mozambique, to have that mandate for the use of ethanol as a supplement or a complement to petrol. That is an issue of policy, which I think at SADC level or at the Southern African regional level, we can all agree and move the agenda forward in terms of utilization of feedstock and creating these opportunities for inclusive development. I do hope I have answered the question. I tend to speak a lot. So if I have not answered the question, we can take the discussion offline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gutta. We are still in the question and answer session following the 3 interventions. Any other questions from the delegates and participants, please? Yes. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you very muito obrigado. Muito obrigado. O som não está bom, não vou perguntar agora. Desculpa. The sound is not good. Shall I continue?
You could continue. I don't know whether it will improve. Yeah.
Bom dia. Não, agora está melhor. Muito obrigado. O meu nome é Ricardo Gottschalk. Eu venho aqui representando the Office of the Resident Coordinator na África do Sul. Eu vou fazer a minha pergunta em inglês. My question is for you, Mr. Jonathan Pinifolo from the Commerce Business Council. You mentioned the issue of finance. How to finance business, SMEs, and so on. My question to you is a very simple one. How do you see in the development finance landscape, the role of the sub-regional development banks? I don't know whether these are in your radar. If you could say something about that, or if not, at least the role of national development banks. We know that in Africa we have quite a good number of national development banks. I would guess that some of them are in that part of the continent. So if you could say something about that, I would highly appreciate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Pinifolo, you want to answer to that, please?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. So in terms of the role of development finance institutions, as I said, to say that if you look at the region, even starting from national region as well as at continental level, we do have several development finance institutions, like for instance, maybe the African Development Bank. I gave an example of TDB, Trade and Development Bank. But now, if you critically look at the way MSMEs are today, like of late we did a study whereby we noted to say that only 13% of MSMEs do have access to formal financial services. And if you look at the way the financing is, it's not going on all right. It's not quite efficient. That's why in my intervention I mentioned about 3 key issues. Like for instance, number 1, that we must make sure that probably we do revive the national, regional, as well as the continental development finance institutions with a focus on supporting industrial growth. So we need really to find out what sort of challenges, what sort of problems are there. That's number 1. Number 2, we also need to find a way probably in as far as industrial development is concerned. How do we have innovative financing mechanisms, like coming up with structures like, for instance, the public-private partnerships or the special purpose vehicle that can help. And also maybe the final aspect could be on the issue of leveraging on multilateral financial institutions for industry financing. So you find that when you look at such investments like in industrialization, when it comes to probably the payback period, when we have to break even, it will take around maybe 8 to 10 years, which is quite a long period of time. So hence an important aspect to make sure that the risk is somehow shared. But to summarize my answer, the most important thing is to see how best can such probably national or regional or continental development finance institutions be revived to promote industrial growth. Thank you.
Yes, Teach, can you hear me?
talk to each other and support each other as we move the agenda forward. And if you go a little bit further, you'll see that the green industry program has identified about 5 areas of interventions or 5 areas where we can develop projects specifically to address the climate change agenda. Really they talk together and they are closely intertwined. The third one is on ethics. technologies. And I also want to talk a little bit about some of the things which Business Council is trying to do, is trying to advocate for public procurement policies which favor them as they try to push the green industry program. And also, I think, the issues of advocating for preferential power purchase agreements and tariffs for renewable energy are very key. And I think if we manage to kind of, get those, preferential, agreements in place, it will make a big positive, it will be a big positive, development for the green industry program. Yes, I'm about to finish.
If you can finish in the next 30
issue which I
seconds.
want to talk about is on the that we need to put in place an investment strategy for industry to support industry to go green. And I think this is the last issue which I wanted to share with you. That without adequate local financing, without adequate leveraging of domestic and the regional development finance, it will be very difficult for us to push forward the green industry programs. Let me finish here, and then I can entertain some questions if there are any. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Teach. Thank you for your patience. You hung around when we're having technical challenges. We appreciate that. I want to check if Mr. Chaudhry, are you online? So that we can give you an opportunity, 5 minutes to share what you wanted to share with us. Mr. Chaudhry? Okay, all right, okay. I'm told Mr. Chaudhry is not going to speak to us. He's put the information on chat. So, thank you for that. Dear delegates, I think we've had an opportunity to listen to the specific challenges in pushing the green agenda from the private sector perspective. The interveners have been able to express to us the role of government. Government should set policy that not only facilitates research, development, and innovation, but also policies that ensure that as businesses, they are able to generate value, create value for their shareholders. I think the interveners have also elaborated to us the role that they can play in renewable energy technologies. I think Dr. Guta took us through what his organization is doing, as well as what the private sector can be involved in eliminating obstacles to green growth. I think through greenfields investment, and also Dr. Guta took us through brownfields investment as well as generating value. So the key elements that I want to close with, policy harmonization came out clearly as a key element in trying to facilitate the private sector's role in greening growth. Together with the consistency and stability of the same policies, I think also addressing national structural challenges to the growth of business was also mentioned. Access to finance was identified as one of the intractable challenges of the role of the private sector in greening investment. Issues around waste management, the importance of incentives by government to the private sector to support initiatives, research, development, and innovation. Issues around intellectual property, I think we listened to it yesterday as well from Prof. Sinkala. It's also an important element that has been rehashed here today. A focused innovation system, of course supported by government, but private sector seeing value out of it. And another point that we also heard from the floor was maybe an investigation of how we can create zones that also look at a coordinated approach to the role of the private sector in greening the environment. I think, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I want to close this panel on the understanding that we are agreeing that governments that are here with us have a role to play in creating an environment for the private sector to occupy their space in charting the green agenda forward. Allow me to, or join me in thanking the panelists, Dr. Guta, Dr. Pinfolo, and Teach also online, Tisa as well, on sitting with us here. Maybe a round of applause as I release them from the responsibility.
Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, depois de aprofundar muito bem este tema, chegou a hora para um pequeno intervalo para o café e teremos apenas 15 minutos. 15 minutos. Por isso pedimos muita celeridade, que é para retornarmos cedo e prosseguirmos com os nossos trabalhos, e nesse caso com o ponto número 8. Bom apetite e até já.
Hello? Hello? Bom dia.
dos dos.
Teste.
parole à l'auteur.
Alô? Estou. Alguém aqui? Anyone here?
Yes, está sim, senhor.
Bom, Ivan.
Estão em intervalo.
Estão em intervalo. Então, ok, então está atrasado, não é isso?
Está atrasadíssimo, mas acho que vai começar agora.
Ah, ok, perfeito, tá bom. Muito obrigado pelo esclarecimento.
tarde. Boa tarde. Convidamos a todos para poderem tomar os seus lugares e queremos avançar com o programa desta tarde. Convido a tomar os vossos lugares para podermos avançar com o programa desta tarde. Por favor. Muito obrigado a todos. Senhoras e senhores, queremos avançar com o nosso programa de hoje e concretamente no ponto 8 desta tarde, que é painel de alto nível. E o nosso tema é aproveitar a integração regional para a competitividade, o imperativo
Recording in progress.
desenvolvimento de infraestruturas e capacidade de competências digitais na região. O painelista, aliás, o moderador deste tema é o senhor Jaime Comiche, representante da UNID em Moçambique, o qual tenho a honra de convidar para participar neste encontro e moderar o debate no formato virtual. Senhor representante, tem a palavra. E obrigado.
Sim, agora parece que na sala não. Senhor Mestre de Cerimónias, consegue ouvir?
Conseguimos ouvir, mas ainda não temos a imagem.
Vou ligar a câmara, estava só a verificar e espero que a conexão permita manter com a câmara ligada.
Agora temos a imagem e o som. E obrigado.
Muito obrigado pela consideração e boa tarde a todos. É uma pena não poder estar em presença, é um paradoxo, sendo o evento em Maputo e eu, presidente em Maputo, estar a moderar virtualmente. Sem mais demoras, ia passar a convidar os membros do painel e vou fazê-lo em língua inglesa, espero que façam uso da tradução. So, for the panel discussion on number 8 on harnessing regional integration for competitiveness, the imperative of digitalization, infrastructure development, and digital skills capabilities in the region, I'm honored to invite the panel members, Dr. Francis Ngwendi Kome, and Ms. Juanita Clark, Dr. Linda Ndlovu, and Miranda Lutempo. I hope you are able to make to the panel, and please let me know when you're ready to start. I don't have the perspective of, okay, now I can see, because the camera was not showing the panel. So, since in the interest of time, I'll not do the introductions of the panel members who have very rich experience and interesting CVs. I would go straight to the subject matter. Just to mention that in this panel, we would like to understand the interrelationships of regional integration, competitiveness, digitalization, infrastructure, and skills capacity, which are crucial to anchoring regional transformation and economic prosperity. And based on the experience and expertise of the panel members, we would like to understand challenges, opportunities, and concrete propositions on how to proceed to make this integration, particularly in digital and infrastructure terms, possible. If you allow me, I would like to invite each of the panelists to give, to make an intervention that should not be longer than 5 minutes, just in the interest of time, and I'll definitely intervene if I realize that you are overstepping the allocation. So, Dr. Francis Ikomer, you have the floor, please.
Thanks very much, moderator, and good morning or good afternoon, everyone. This is an in-house conversation, if I would put it that way, because I'm part of the organizing team, so to speak. I come from the ECA headquarters in Addis Ababa, and I work in the regional integration and trade division, which division actually coordinates most of the trade and regional integration work, of course in partnership with our sub-regional offices, inclusive of our sub-regional office in the Southern African region that actually covers regional integration and trade issues in this region. The moderator sent us some questions as to guide our conversation. But suffice is to probably want to begin by highlighting some of the key issues or work that the Regional Integration and Trade Division does, and especially with regards to knowledge generation. The division coordinates the preparation and production of the report on assessing regional integration in Africa, which it does in partnership with the ADB, the AU, and UNCTAD. It also coordinates the production and preparation of the Regional Integration Index and a host of other knowledge products. But critically, it also harbors the African Trade Policy Center, which is a center that accompanied the processes that led to the establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and which continues to coordinate ECA support, including in terms of helping with negotiations and finalization of phase 2 issues. That said, and coming down specifically to the Southern Africa region, and with regards to how its pursuit of regional integration and transformation, including policy harmonization, institutions and achievements. It's probably I would want to indicate here that the region has a multiplicity of regional integration arrangements, which is common knowledge to all of us. it has this initiatives coexist. You have especially and most prominently the Southern African community. You have the Southern African Customs Union, and of course you have COMESA. And most recently we also had we have the emergence of the tripartite, bringing together COMESA, EAC, and SADC. This reflects, I mean, you know, one of the challenges in the regional integration processes in the continent is this multiplicity of regional integration arrangements and how to navigate commitments and pledges that are made rather in these various initiatives or frameworks. And therefore, one can say convincingly that the Southern Africa region mirrors the reality of regional integration on the continent in terms especially of managing and navigating the multiplicity of regional arrangements. You have, for instance, how to manage a customs union and free trade areas, and now you have a tripartite. The tripartite, we should understand, was intended to bring or begin to resolve part of these issues around multiplicity and lack of harmonization. It's still work in progress because it requires 14 ratifications, but at the last time I checked, I think we have 10 ratifications, and there is hope that it would come to force when the additional 4 ratifications are achieved. The tripartite created quite some expectations, and justifiably so, because it is also intended as a bridge in the interface between the regional and continental integration processes. So it is an important process and initiative that needs to be brought to actualization. And ECA, in its various conversations and support to both COMESA and SADC, has been urged severally on how to support this particular process, including seeing what lessons could be leveraged from the rapid, the speed with which the AFCFTA itself was ratified. And in terms of knowledge production, there's some specific report that ECA did on the interface, governing the interface between the AFCFTA and REX free trade areas. So it's quite a critical aspect that would facilitate the effectiveness and efficiency of integration processes, because REX have achieved quite a lot. At the same time, they have faced multiple challenges, and the continental processes stand to benefit a lot from those lessons, moving the integration process forward. In terms of performance and achievements, it's important to note that the SADC, for instance, is among the top 5 performing regional economic communities on the continent, with an average index score of 0.61, based on the 2021 African Multidimensional Regional Integration Index, AMRI, produced by the African Union Commission. And compared with other African RECs, SADC scored relatively well in trade infrastructure, monetary and financial, as well as environmental integration. But it continues to perform poorly on social, political, and institutional integration, and the more specific, especially the free movement of persons. The region is still not performing too well in that area. The share of intra-SADC trade exports accelerated following the establishment of the SADC free trade area, increasing from 9.2% in 2007 to 23.3% in 2015. It, however, took a dip with the sharpest decline occurring during 2020-2021, attributable largely to the impact of the COVID pandemic. It's, however, important to note that while extra-regional exports comprise mainly of primary commodities, food and manufacturers and semi-manufacturers constitute the bulk of traded goods, within the region, which again is a good indication of the huge potential for integration. Talking about integration, there are many constraints that continue to sort of kind of slow down the pace of effective regional integration. Amongst them, it is worth noting that regional integration in the Southern African region, like in other regions of the continent, has proceeded rather haltingly, constrained by many factors, including like we've heard yesterday and earlier today, inefficient transport infrastructure networks, roads, rails, and ports, and low interconnectivity among countries. There's also inadequate power networks and highly priced and unpredictable logistics services, both physical and regulatory, especially for landlocked states. And talking about landlocked states, it's important to observe we keep talking about leaving no one behind. This is a special category of states, and we cannot achieve integration without paying particular attention to the peculiar challenges that this category of states face. Because they don't have access to any maritime lines, so they are dependent on the transit countries. So integration is important to every African state, but probably more important to African landlocked countries than others. And talking about landlocked, the Southern African region actually harbors 6 of Africa's 16 landlocked countries. So this is a category of states that we always need to factor in our conversations and interventions when it comes to promoting regional integration and while aspiring to bring about any levels of competitiveness on the continent. Then there are challenges with regards to challenges of industrial and trade competitiveness and how integration could be a source of enhancing competitiveness in the region. It's important to note that the region, the Southern African region, comprises many small states, some with populations of less than 2 million, some of which are also landlocked, which is an issue I already highlighted. On a global scale, the Southern African region consists of multiple mini markets, that's very fragmented, small, uncompetitive markets, but which have a huge potential if they ganged up together or pulled together to unlock the opportunities for industrialization, diversification, growth, and poverty reduction. So the region does not have any future in going it alone. The future lies in working together as an integrated region. It's also important that the region, as we all know, is geographically remote from major consumer markets, be it Europe, America, or Asian markets, including to countries such as China, India, and Indonesia. This distance, however, is an opportunity that can serve as an impulse for greater integration, leveraging the comparative advantages for deeper trade integration among the region itself and its constituent members. It's also important to observe that the SADC member states are dependent on primary commodities as a source of export earnings, implying a greater vulnerability to the adverse terms of trade and shock price volatility, usually associated with commodity such as oil, minerals, and other resources. And given the nature of the goods traded at the regional level, which, as I indicated, manufacturers and semi-manufactured goods, there is room for greater regional integration, which would likely drive diversification. It's also important, and we are well aware, I think other presenters already highlighted that, the fact that many of the countries are different levels of development, also different production capacities. There is a regional hegemon, economic and otherwise, in South Africa, and this sometimes is misconstrued or mistakenly seen as being a problem, but on the contrary, it's an opportunity because South Africa has more advanced and industrial base, and logistics as well as capital. It could then put this at the service of the rest of the smaller countries, and then there would be cooperation and integration based on comparative advantage, which would then benefit the entire region. I know the chair, the moderator says we need to be careful with time, that's why I'm rushing, but just in a moment I would be able to finalize my intervention. With regards to some recommendations from where we stand, based on the work we've done and the analysis we've been able to carry out, it is our position that there is need to reduce the costs associated with regional trade as a precondition for private sector investments in regional value chains. I may want to observe here that there is private sector engagement in the integration processes, but it is not sufficiently robust. The region has chambers of commerce and all other platforms for private sector involvement, but it would seem, and from conversations we've had in research we've done, that private sector operators consider themselves as takers as opposed to being integral partners in the integration process. So there is need to engage them more closely and more robustly so that they can contribute their own quota in advancing the integration agenda on the continent, including enhancing the region's competitiveness. There are lots of policy barriers which must be removed to tap the opportunity for Southern African firms to increase trade across regional borders and allow the realization of economies of scale. Important reforms such as regarding standards, regulatory harmonization, mutual recognition, streamlined border management, and the consolidation of fiscal arrangements are important to support regional integration and competitiveness in the region. The tripartite AFCFTA, as we said, alongside the AFCFTA, need this harmonization for them to add the value that they naturally should add. African countries, it's noteworthy, and SADC countries in particular have made several efforts to join global value chains. Unfortunately, challenges have made those value chains ineffective or difficult to integrate in a competitive manner. Solving the challenges depends on national and regional public policies dedicated to this goal. Southern African countries must support skilled human capital development, work towards ensuring high quality, competitive logistics and telecommunications, cost-effective transport infrastructure, and a conducive business environment, as well as a proper protection of intellectual property. The region could play a leading role in solving bottlenecks in financial, transport, communication, and distribution, as well as energy services infrastructure that restrict value chain capacities. Southern African member states and their regs must develop a digital strategy and invest in digitalization to build local industrial capacity rather, and improve access to digital technologies and infrastructure. Our country's enthusiasm for regional integration has not been matched by commensurate political will and commitment of member states to effectively implement agreements reached under various integration arrangements. This is something that is common across the continent. The member states take decisions, they make commitments when they attend meetings, but when it comes to implementation and domestication, that is always moves at the snail's pace. So this needs to be looked at carefully, and so that commitments made and platforms or initiatives that are established are provided the means to fulfill the reasons for which they've been created. As highlighted in the 2021 Africa Integration Report, there is need to strengthen the regs institutional frameworks. The many integration processes in the continent still operate within the realm of intergovernmentalism. And we are still way away from supranationalism. And the bottom line is that some of or all our regional integration institutions need to be given more powers, need to be better resourced for them to fulfill the integration agenda, including ensuring that the region gets more competitive both within the continent and globally. Thanks, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Ikome. I let you speak because your substantive intervention was really, really rich and relevant for the topic. With no further ado, I would invite Juanita Clark to address this panel. You have the floor, please.
Good afternoon. Okay. My name is Miranda Lutempo, and I'm with the African Union Southern African Regional Office, which is based in Malawi. I'm a senior policy officer in charge of programs. I've also worked under the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa, under the Regional Economic Integration and Regional Integration Department. So the mandate of our office was mentioned by the Ambassador David, in his speech, where we are supposed to represent the African Union in Southern African region to maintain constructive and productive relationships with SADC, COMESA, and its member states within Southern Africa. And we are promoting the implementation of AU programs within the region, and also we are following up on the implementation of the African Union Agenda 2063, which is a socio-economic strategic framework for socio-economic transformation. And as it was mentioned, we are working closely with UNECA, the Southern African Regional Office, on a number of initiatives, some of which have been discussed in this platform. So in talking about regional integration, it goes as far as the origin of the African Union, which transformed from the Organization of African Unity and moved to the African Union because of a shift in its agenda from the political motive to economic integration and social development. It transformed the role of the AU, the vision of the AU, to an integrated, prosperous, peaceful Africa, which is driven by its citizen and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. So since the 1960s, regional integration was based on the formation of the African Economic Community through the Abuja Treaty, which is now being done through the AU Agenda 2063. The Agenda 2063 has a number of flagship projects which are promoting Agenda 2063, some of which include the CFTA, the single air transport market, and the commodity strategies. So this is because regional integration is critical for Africa's economies, and it's also important for industrialization. At regional level, we are implementing regional integration programs through the regional economic communities, and we are working closely with SADC and COMESA, which are building blocks to the African Union as they promote regional integration. So through SADC, we are able to monitor the performance of these RECs as they promote regional integration. At continental level, we conduct an assessment of the status of integration within the region. And at regional level, as I mentioned, we have SADC, and we follow up on its performance in order for us to assess how the region is performing in terms of integration. we have a number of institutional arrangements. Apart from the Abuja Treaty, there's the CFTA. The AU SARO is championing the works of the CFTA within the region, and we have a roadmap with the CFTA, and we are implementing a number of programs with them. We are collaborating. We have done follow-up activities on how member states are performing regarding the CFTA, and then we have another activity in the next few weeks in Seychelles where we'll be following up, sensitizing the community on the CFTA, and this will be done in collaboration with the CFTA Secretariat. Then we also have in terms of promoting continental integration, the African Union also has a digital transformation strategy, which is trying to advance the continent's regional integration and economic growth. The approach has different pillars and sectors, which include, among others, the digital economy, digital infrastructure, digital financial services, online platforms, entrepreneurships, and digital skills. Then the AU is also has a program for infrastructure development in Africa, which is the PIDA program. Within this strategic framework, we are trying to promote infrastructure development, which is critical for regional integration. Then we also have the Accelerated Industrial Development Program, the IDA, which is a framework for inclusive and sustainable development and economic diversification. Then, as I mentioned, there's also in terms of assessing the performance of regional integration in the continent, we have the Africa Multidimensional Regional Index, which is a tool that we are using to assess the performance of regional integration of the region. So in terms of addressing some of the questions that have been posed to the panel on harnessing regional integration in the region, on infrastructure, digitization, and digital skills capacity to build regional integration, I'll first speak about infrastructure. Infrastructure is very critical in terms of connectivity and exchanges, which is driven by free movements of goods and services. And this requires a number of factors in order for it to perform. So there's need to improve infrastructure within the region, which is essential for intra-African trade, particularly the development of regional value chains and the full implementation of the CFTA. African countries still have a long way to go in terms of meeting the global frontier on infrastructure development. And it's staggering in terms of the inefficiencies that are choking the integration efforts and slowing down the growth process. There are challenges of flights. For instance, I'll give an example. The way we struggle to connect. A number of people complained as they were traveling that they spent so many hours in South Africa trying to get here. Like within a short distance, it takes a lot of time for us to connect to different places. So that is also a challenge that has also been affecting movements of people and goods and services. So the advantage with regional integration is that it improves competitiveness of African products and brings millions of consumers within reach. And African see a swelling of intra and inter-regional trade as a share of all trade, and this can be enhanced by infrastructure development. There are some positive developments that have happened within the region regarding infrastructure development, which will improve connectivity, trade, create jobs, and tourism. I'll give an example of the Kazungula Bridge, which is a one-stop border post that is linking Zambia and Botswana. And this is a good milestone in terms of infrastructure development. Even though the developments are at a small scale, there's still need to enhance connectivity in all sectors, as I mentioned. Then in terms of digital transformation, I agree that digital transformation is a driving force for innovative, inclusive, and sustainable growth. Digitization is facilitating the development of goods and services and contributing to the achievement of the AU Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. Africa's youth populations need to make Africa digital enabled by providing them with the right digital skills. There is need for digital technologies and innovation to transform African economies to promote Africa's integration. Within the region, digital platforms have been able to, there have been positive developments within the region in trying to support women in business through access to finance and non-financial services that have been initiated. And these have enabled them to easily access the markets and trade efficiently. A number of digital systems have been adopted in many countries. Among them, I think UNCTAD made a presentation on what they are doing on enhancing on using the Ascuda system, which is currently being implemented in a number of countries, including Zambia. And then we have South Africa and Zimbabwe that are implementing some programs to track cargo within the borders in order to enhance efficiency in transportation of goods and also to offset smuggling. So the challenges that we have in the digital transformation platform, it's the low coordination and harmonization of policies among regional and continental actors. Then we also have, like my colleague mentioned, limited finance for digital entrepreneurs and limited access to technologies. Within the region, we have internet and poor internet connectivity. This affects the system, especially within the borders. Most of these are unable to perform efficiently because they are able to, because of the internet connectivity challenges. For example, according to the AU, about 3 million Africans live more than 50 kilometers from a fiber or cable broadband connection. And as a result, the lack of high-speed internet remains a significant hurdle for Africa to fully harness the potential of digital transformations. Many countries are still using manual systems which delay the processing of goods. Internet issues, this is as a result of internet issues which affect the processing of goods and services. As a result, there's a recommendation to establish a continental coordination framework for the digital agenda for Africa, which will address a number of challenges. And there's also need to build inclusive digital skills and human capacity across sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Juanita. Thanks for keeping it very, very concise. I'll now invite Dr. Lindani Njovo. You have the floor, please.
Last time I was on a podium, I forgot to thank the moderator and to greet colleagues in the room. So thank you, moderator, and good afternoon, colleagues. The issue for our panel is on harnessing regional integration. And I'm going to tackle this from a number of backgrounds and experiences. I currently work for myself, but up to last year, I was a technical advisor with GIZ, advising the SADC Secretariat on industrialization. And when I was preparing for this, I touched on first my laptop, the next a set of papers, and then I had a Word document. I'm not sure which one I'm going to be using because my laptop has just gone off. But my approach to dealing with this was to say there is a regional market either in SADC or in SADC and COMESA and in Africa. And the approach is now we need suppliers. In fact, our region is rich pickings for other regions that bring in goods, who can compete even better than us, the residents of the region. And we have to struggle trading with each other when others seem to enjoy the market that we provide. And that's the challenge. And so the questions that were given to guide this discussion are actually, in my view, to say how well or how do we need to organize ourselves within the regional integration in order to take advantage of the market that exists. My emphasis starts with the market because a lot of the times we tend to think that we need provision and support, and we ignore the business concept and the business approach that Dr. Guta talked about this morning. And so that to me provides a challenge. I will make use of a couple of studies that I did for different organizations. So to start off with, I said integration itself, if we have to define it, is bringing together smaller components into a single system that functions as one. And this is where we are supposed to be going, and we are supposed to challenge ourselves as to what is making that difficult, having made the initial step to decide we are going into regional integration arrangements. I must say to my colleagues on the panel, yes, there are some positive developments to report, but also that we need to note that there is frustration in certain circles about the pace at which regional integration is occurring or is not occurring. And we need to challenge ourselves in that case to say, if we have small economies which make small markets, and by going into regional integration arrangement, we actually expand opportunities for business to specialize and exploit economies of scale. Why is this not happening? We also need to realize that in the present day arrangements of production, the aspirations of producing a product from the raw material right through to offering it to the market perhaps is not as ideal as it used to be, and therefore we need to identify points at which we can actually enter the value chains and be competitive with specialization in the process. The issue of distance and infrastructure is a challenge that we are confronted with. I think more importantly, I also, and in fact I thought I would be speaking to many government officers to say, we commit to regional integration, and would they be able to tell us why it is not happening, or why we don't seem to be making the progress that we aspire to? From a SADC perspective, I have seen that the implementation of protocols takes a long time. In fact, even ratification. 4 years ago, I worked with a group of consultants to develop the SADC protocol on industry. And this is a protocol in addition to the protocol on trade. The parts of that protocol are seeking to open up borders for fast-tracking the movement of goods that are required as raw materials, as intermediate inputs, as countries seek to cooperate in the development of manufacturing and industrial value chains because of the region's commitment to industrialization. And so one would say, what is the challenge? Again, just to mention a few of the barriers that have already been mentioned, transport and logistics tends to loom large, but I think we need to also realize the interrelationship between infrastructure, energy, and digitalization or lack of it, in the sense that when you get to a border post and things slow down, it's either there is no power and therefore the computers are off, and as a result, nothing can actually move. I recall in April this year, just to pick on the case of connectivity that was highlighted, I was invited to a meeting in Malawi, and when they tried to get the flights, first of all, the flights between Gaborone and Johannesburg were full. And so I was advised that I would have to travel via Addis. And from Addis, I would have to go to Dar es Salaam. And from Dar es Salaam, I would go to Blantyre. And from Blantyre, I would finally land in Lilongwe. And I said, that is not going to happen. I can drive to Johannesburg. And when I got to the border, from the border between Botswana and South Africa, I got there at 8 o'clock, and there was no power. We spent an hour before we could actually be allowed to get in, when there was not even a standby generator or supply of power. And so you can see, I am sure we are all aware that the South African Immigration Services uses computers. But in this case, the computers were not working because there was no power. And so when you see the interrelationship between energy supply, energy generation, infrastructure, and digitalization, we then need to decide what comes first. When you talk about infrastructure, is it the roads or is it the rail? And I tend to feel that the region is obsessed with road transport when railway could actually be cheaper. And in talking about greening, we would reduce the number of vehicles on the road as we have one train pulling a number of wagons that are full of goods between countries. And so we are not even investing in the infrastructure that we actually require. The other problem that we have, of course, is borders and non-tariff barriers. We also have lack of communication infrastructure. In a study that I did for the Commonwealth Secretariat last year on Manufacturing 4.0, first, on the adoption of the fourth industrial revolution at the factory level, my findings were that there were fears because people didn't know, workers didn't know what was going to happen and how they were going to be using this. On the other hand, again, going back to the private sector being business-driven, they said to me, we focus on survival. We have no electricity and we have to invest in generators. So when we talk about these are challenges that are actually happening. There are barriers that could easily be brought down, but when we talk about competitiveness, where you use a generator to generate energy and you run it to run a factory and all your machines, obviously the cost of producing is going to be compromised. Where you bring your inputs by road and you use them in production, your cost of production are going to be compromised. And this is my point about the interrelationship between energy infrastructure, but we also add in the mix skills, shortage of skills that are required in industry. And so when we talk about issues of addressing regional integration, apart from the things that member states have written and signed on paper not being implemented, there are practical issues of moving goods between borders or between countries. I was going to show in a study that I did for the African Capacity Building Foundation in 2018 on cross-border infrastructure for regional integration and for development. There was identified under the PIDA list of projects, trade-related projects. There were 46 projects around the continent, and we, in the region, had 6 out of 11 one-stop border posts. We are only talking about Kazungula now. Chirundu was the first one-stop border post. But what has happened, because regression seems to have occurred, why is it not, has it not progressed from its opening in 2009 to where it is now? Anyway, there were 6 projects in the region, one-stop border posts between Malawi and Mozambique, between Zimbabwe and Mozambique, which was an upgrade. Between Zimbabwe and Mozambique was a new project, and Bight Bridge between South Africa and Zimbabwe as an upgrade. Then between Botswana at Martin's Drift and South Africa, and also another new project. So there were 3 new projects. I am not sure that these projects have made any progress, but that's something for us to all check. In those projects, we also had one hydroelectric power project which was going to be developed in Lesotho, and 2 power interconnector projects between Angola and Namibia, and and 2 between Tanzania and Malawi. It's interesting, these energy projects were not regarded as trade-related or trade facilitating projects, but one needs to realize without production that there is no trade, and we need to, one of the reasons why the regions formulated industrialization strategies is because they realized the level of intra-regional trade was affected by the level of processing in particular, because we're all producing commodities and we're getting our manufactured products from outside the region. Now here is the opportunity. Why is it not taking off? Now, in terms of developments in the digital space that are critical for regional integration and that would support value chain growth and enhance competitiveness, I think it's important to point out, as has been actually indicated, the private sector is aware of and would like to adopt digital technologies that would improve their manufacturing experience. But a number of constraints do exist on the ground at the moment, and we know that without electricity, we cannot talk about industrialization, because then we have gone backwards. I don't know which industrial revolution we would be talking about. We heard about the clearing of goods through customs that can be expedited through use of digital technologies. We also know about digital communication as a most basic of the digital technologies. And we had an example of a training where actors in the leather value chain were trained, created a platform through a WhatsApp group, which facilitated them trading among themselves, finding out who has what, and that cut out the need to travel to find out where they could source the soles, where they could source the leather upper or the leather that they needed. And so they were able to exchange information. And this is going on. And I guess for small and medium enterprises, such facilities actually enhance at a higher level. We're talking about e-commerce. And I know that in the region, it's still a dream that we have, which will take time. And like all dreams that take time, sometimes we wake up before they are completed. And finally, we can also talk about the issue of order sizes. There is no need to hold lots of quantities of raw materials. You can work on optimum order size or economic order quantities, and you monitor your stocks of raw materials and final goods that you are holding on on using your technology so that you manage your costs and try and maximize your profits. And this is all that needs to happen. But above all, I think the determination of at what point a country enters a value chain is a most critical consideration. Usually we are faced with cases that are half analyzed, incomplete, and without information. Because we get excited, we still have in our minds the idea of producing a whole product all by ourselves. Now, in terms of recommendations, I think a lot have been thrown in, around. I just wanted to touch on three because I believe they have not been stated. The first, of course, is the establishment, accelerate the establishment and upgrading of one-stop border posts. Just kill these borders. Please, let's have goods flow and people move across. We are in one region and we want to become efficient operators and very competitive in the world in the supply of goods. First in our region and then in the rest of Africa before we face the world. Like I said, there were 6 one-stop border posts. These need to be accelerated. Identify and analyze business opportunities to select value chains or parts of value chains to specialize in and to increase efficient production as a cause for competitiveness. The age of running with or producing whole products can undermine efficiency, productivity. The mentality can undermine efficiency, productivity, and competitiveness. And finally, my recommendation, particularly in view of how the Kazungula border bridge was actually constructed, my idea is that the countries that will benefit from some of the infrastructure that we're talking about need to be enjoined to co-finance, because the level of financing required by member states might actually be a burden. At the moment, I know the way that the PIDA road infrastructure projects are implemented is that each member state handles the portion that's on their territory. So if you're a big country, you have a big budget and a big cost to carry. If you're a small country, then you have a smaller one. But you're doing it for the benefit of others that will use the infrastructure. So it might not apply for the roads because on the majority of cases, maybe the population in the country is enjoying that as a benefit. But cross-border facilities might actually require the assistance. And actually, to go with that, is working with the regional DFIs that are there to facilitate raising of finance to realize the construction of this. Let's think less about national ownership and look at regional development and what our portion in the process is going to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Njovu. I will invite Miranda Lutempo to address the panel. This is the last intervention before Q&A.
Moderator, actually I'm Miranda Lutempo. I think you called me, was it Juanita?
I just called you for the next intervention in the panel.
Oh, okay.
Please go ahead.
I already did that.
Did you? Okay, so we are, because from my standpoint, I have limitations to But you didn't do it in this current panel. So anyway, thank you very much. So we'll move to questions and answers. I would like to start by giving the opportunity to the participants. So anyone who has relevant questions, concise questions, is encouraged to herself or himself before posing the question. Over. I hope there are colleagues here helping with access to microphones or from your desks. And I would give first priority to those who are in the room, and subsequently those who are participating virtually. Okay.
My question goes to the representative from AU Saro, who talked about a number of issues that they are looking into. And you mentioned a term that was very interesting to me, which is the issue of fit goods. This is a huge problem amongst a number of countries. I know for sure it is a big problem in Malawi. To what extent have you analyzed it, and to what extent are we familiar with the constraints that it places on industrialization in our region? Thank you.
We can take more. Let's take batches of questions. So,
okay,
more questions, please.
Thank you. My name is Mashudu Ramano. I come from Johannesburg, South Africa. I was very perturbed that we have been talking about regional integration for so many years, and nothing seems to be moving. And I'm not so sure if Dr. Lindani and the other doctor who spoke, Dr. Komichi, really can enlighten us as to why is it that our region, which is 200 million people bigger than the European countries, has an economy that is insignificant in global terms. I really don't understand why we can't push integration. Is it politics? Are the politicians in the way? They want to be in politics and in business at the same time. We need to address these issues.
Good afternoon. My name is Wes Moyo from Malawi High Commission. We heard clearly from the previous, from the Graca Macheo presentation about the participation, increasing the participation and the voice of women in decision making and taking advantage of opportunities. But the fact remains that women, and especially also youth, remain marginalized in a lot of these opportunities. And let me just focus on the issue of trade. I wonder how we are using regional integration to leverage the uplifting of women from the informal trade where they dominate to formal trade. Thank you.
Sorry, Jamie, that's 3 interventions. I'm just going to assist from where I am because you cannot obviously see.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
So please the panelists will feel better placed to reply, please go ahead, and we can have more than one panelist addressing and complementing the answer.
Thanks very much for those very interesting and I dare say provocative questions that came from the floor. Let me start with the one raised by Mr. Mashelu. Yeah. I mean, my approach to looking at regional integration in the continent, I see it as a glass half full, more so than a glass half empty. It is true that the pace of integration on the continent has been painfully very slow and causing a lot of frustration amongst many stakeholders, especially the ordinary man and woman on the continent. But I don't think it is right to conclude that nothing has been happening. That would be, in some sense, an exaggeration without being an apologist to the failures of many of the regional integration stakeholders. But quite some progress has been made. And the one progress that we've all been celebrating, I know it's probably too early to say there is a difference, is the pace and speed with which the AFCFTA was arrived at. It's simply unprecedented. It's true that regional integration has been very slow, like I indicated, but there's been the AFCFTA, for instance, is in some sense an effort at leapfrogging. Because if you go back to the Abuja Treaty and the other processes that my AU colleague made reference to, there were certain stages and phases in the integration process that were to be followed, which stages in almost all instances, both at the REC and continental level, have not been kept. But the AFCFTA, ordinarily it would have been that we have free trade areas in all the RECs, and then we build on that to get the continental. But because of the slow pace, the African leaders took the bold decision to accelerate the process. So there has been progress. Should it be faster and more significant? Yes. But to say nothing has happened, I am afraid I beg to disagree on that. But a lot needs to be done. A lot more rather needs to be done. Increasing the participation of women, yes, available statistics indicate that first there's a great level of informality in intra-African trade, and the one area where this is most vividly reflected is in cross-border trade. ECA has been doing a lot of studies in this area, including in West Africa, where we have women crossing borders under very horrible conditions and with lots of exploitation and extortion, outright extortion. So that is a huge challenge. It needs to be addressed. And the question is, how do we move from informality to formality? There is some genuine concern, and people misconstrue any conversation on moving from informality to formality to mean taxation. And for some strange reason, the average African hates taxation, and probably because they don't see what the taxes do. You pay taxes, but you don't see them translate into concrete development and an improvement of your livelihood. But there is a need to consider seriously how to assist the cross-border traders who are dominantly women to kind of transition to formal trading. And I think the opportunities offered by the AFCFTA, which is intended to bring down many of the borders, it is an opportunity that I think would change the reality of African women who are the dominant actors in this sector, especially when accompanied by processes and instruments around digitalization. Many of these women from some preliminary work that EC has done, they don't even have proper identification documents, and so they just move around borders and stuff like that. So digitalization, including the digital ID, having digital IDs would facilitate this process and make the life of women a lot easier. And also the processes of currencies. If we have regional currencies, then they would also help women to reduce the extortion and exploitation they are subjected to. Let me probably leave. There are issues of smuggling and counterfeit. Let me address this quickly with regards to an initiative that ECA is involved in, and that is the AFCFTA anchored pharmaceutical initiative. It is one area where the facts on the ground are particularly disturbing. First and foremost, the continent imports at least between 75 and 80% of its pharmaceutical needs. Besides the issue of not being sure of the quality and regularity of supply, there is a bigger problem of counterfeit. Some 40, 55, even 60% of the medicines or drugs consumed in the continent are counterbound. They are of poor quality. And imagine medicines are intended to cure. But the medicines we consume in the continent, in most instances, are poisons. They help to accelerate our demise. So the issue of smuggling and counterfeit, it's a real and a very big problem that would need to be addressed in a very aggressive way. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if there is anyone else in the panel.
Yes, Miranda is about to make her intervention.
Okay.
I would just add to what my colleague has mentioned. Like, my first response is about the slow progress towards regional integration. It has been a process, and I think the biggest milestone for Africa has been the launch of the AFCFTA, because I think through this agreement, that's where most of these initiatives that we have been talking about in the room can be implemented, because there are so many sectors, issues to do with women, issues to do with digitization, cross-border trade, and all these things. And I think we can see the commitment from the African Union member states that almost all of them have signed the agreement. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's only one that has not yet signed. I'm not sure, but that's why most countries have signed, because they've seen the importance of this agreement, and it's going to address most of these issues. So I think there's some progress, even if it might be slow, but we are moving towards one African market, and we just need the continued commitments from member states to make sure that the challenges that we are talking about are addressed, because we have been talking about issues to do with infrastructure, transport and logistics. We have talked about the skills and issues to do with green industrialization. All those are the factors that we need to work on in order for us to leverage on the CFTA implementation. So my colleague has answered most of the questions, and I'm not going to say much. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have
Thank you, Miranda.
One more panelist.
Yes. I'll start on the counterfeit goods. I worked in Uganda, and we had a lot of these goods coming into the country. When we worked with members of parliament to coin legislation that would block the inflow of counterfeit goods, there was a feeling that we were working for the interests of some parties, which became very difficult. So we had to go through an education process with the members of the parliament on the Trade and Industry Committee until they then realized what we were talking about. I think there has to be an appreciation, and the pharmaceutical side is perhaps the most illustrative in terms of the dangers posed by counterfeit goods. And so it needs to be taken that seriously. But on the uplifting of women entrepreneurs or who are involved in cross-border trade, I think there is a challenge in formalizing or streamlining efforts of governments and regional institutions to put in place capacity building programs that would provide training to run formal businesses, and also entrepreneurship development programs coupled with financing made available, because there is a risk. For some, they see unpaid taxes in the informal sector, but there is no development as a result. Just to respond to the point about politics that Mashoud has raised, last week we were at a training, and one of the highlights was that in all the member states of the region, no one actually campaigns on the platform that they are going to change or improve or strengthen SADC, that they are going to do things, and so everybody talks about promises that they are going to, things that they are going to do at home. And so it can't really be politics if regional integration isn't in the politics. It needs to come into the politics to be an issue over which politicians contest and are looking to influence change. And so maybe explanations are elsewhere, but the politics might be a different one. Thank you.
So, Chair, I think there's a
Thank
call
you.
for another round. I'll hand it back to you, Chair, before I will
Thank-
identify who's in the room.
Thank you. Thank you, Linka. I'm concerned with the time. I think we are about to reach the time allocation for the session, isn't it?
I think we could allow for another 10 minutes or so, because
Okay.
yeah, we're
Okay.
told lunch is
Good.
delayed a little bit.
So, I would like to maybe if there is a burning question from the floor, we can still entertain it. Otherwise, I'd like to ask a couple of questions to the panel as well. But my questions could be the last to be addressed. Yeah. Please, I see some hands up.
Okay.
Please.
So I think we have a hand here, a hand. We have 5 hands.
Okay.
Chair.
Very good. Let's go for it.
Okay, so maybe we start with the lady on the right of me, and then we'll.
And finally, the gender balance is coming back.
Good morning. It's not a concise question, but rather a comment. I am Latifa
Okay.
Zanamela, tax consultant and researcher, and I'm from Mozambique. The discussed topic led me to think about some challenge that I'm aware of, such as the inexistence of online fiscal or tax registration for non-resident companies, at least here in Mozambique, for the taxpayers to pay themselves or to pursue the eventual registration to then pay eventual tax that might arise from trade that those companies have and or within the country in which they are non-resident. And that would be solved here, at least in Mozambique, by them appointing tax representatives who are residents in Mozambique, and that would lead to bureaucratic procedures, and it's a time-consuming process. And the other aspect is the exchange control regulations restrictiveness that imposes a volume of currency or money to be transferred in cross-border transference that are not aligned with what is done in other countries, other surrounding countries from the region. And I think that considering those two sample of situations, if in the AFCFTA we have some states that maintain in their domestic level regulations and practice that are qualified as restrictive at the domestic level to trade, and we have some other member states that do not apply those rules as such, we will end up having situations of inequality and unfair competition. And this is not what we want. And since we are trying to have all the economics in the multilateral system, we will have a situation where those companies from those states prefer to do business with countries that do not have those restrictive measures in their country. And in this...
Latifa, can you please conclude?
Yes,
I think it's quite clear.
Yes. And in this sense, I think that the solution to this problem entails the equitative innovation and digitalization by the government creating or eliminating those barriers, and also creating digital squares for the producers to have the floor to know what the market brings up to them. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Okay. I will assist with this. Ms. Chiswa, then we will back to AU Saro, and there was a couple of other hands. I'll assist.
Thank you very much. I think mine touches on what the High Commissioner mentioned on how do we enable that informal cross-border traders and make sure that there's that inclusion in the continent's formal economic matrix. And Mr. Ikome, or Dr. Ikome, really expanded on the challenges that are faced by women and informal traders. And I think a study that was presented last year from UN Women touched on the fact that the informal traders, really, majority of them do not want to be formalized. And again, I think when I was talking, I spoke about dissemination of information, that it's lack of understanding and lack of information. And Mr. Ndlovu, Dr. Ndlovu mentioned that maybe we need to look at capacity building. I just wanted to address that capacity building, look at the marketplace, payment gateways, maybe just one lower than the PAPs, and also access to finance. And I think COMESA will probably share some of the work that they're doing just around this to make sure that there's understanding and there's that capacity that is being done to help the women and the informal traders.
I think we're moving to, was it AU Saro or was it yourself? It was both of you. Okay, so I think I think we're going AU Saro and then.
All right. Thank you so very much for giving me the floor.
I want to make a comment. I think the issue of the importance of political leadership here is being overlooked. And let me begin like this. 43 years ago, a tiny country in the Seychelles, in the Indian Ocean called the Seychelles, took a decision, a political decision. And the decision was about every Seychellois has to be educated, regardless of who your family is, where you come from, what is your background, you have to go to school. 43 years later, I just went on the internet to double check. What is the country with the best education system in Africa? And the name Seychelles comes up. Tiny, 100,000 people with the best education system in Africa. Now, the reason I'm saying this is not because I'm from the Seychelles. It is because I want people to understand that for things to happen, we need commitment, we need political leadership. If they are not there, decisions can be taken, but when there is no will, those decisions will not be implemented. When they are not implemented, things will not happen. I've listened to all of you. I will give examples, concrete examples about what have been said here. A simple thing as establishment or upgrading of one-stop border post. What does it take? What does it take? Why should it take 15 years for us to implement a simple decision or idea which is so important like this one? So in my view, we need to understand that there must always be political leadership. Women in business, empowerment of women, empowerment of youth. How does it come about? It comes about by a country taking a decision and then implementing that decision. So when there is no commitment, when there is no will, then it becomes very difficult. Integration, we have said, for many years we've been talking about it. Why is it so slow? If we analyze it well, if we dissect it, we put it under a microscope and we look at the details, we will understand that somewhere, somehow, there have been no commitment or a lack of leadership or a lack of political commitment. So we should not overlook that. We have to understand that countries must take decisions and then follow up on those decisions, implement those decisions so that we can finally get results. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I think we have Bidpa, and there was a hand to my left, but there was a hand at one point to my left. No? Oh, there is. Okay, and there's a lady to my left.
Thank you very much. Just a quick one to the panelists. Part of the reason why the region is lagging behind in harnessing regional integration is the type of entrepreneurship, the type of entrepreneurs that we have. It is clear that the region is rife with necessity-driven entrepreneurs as compared to opportunity-driven entrepreneurs, which are necessary to drive the regional integration agenda. I just want to appreciate from you panelists if you have any thoughts with regards to how the opportunity-driven entrepreneurs in our region can be increased. Thank you.
And Chair, the lady on my left, if she can go next as well.
Okay, and then we close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Boa tarde, meu nome é Anja, de Moçambique. A minha preocupação vai em torno da questão que foi levantada sobre a perspectiva de que aparentemente não se está a desenvolver ou não se está a ir a lugar algum. Eu penso que esta perspectiva deve-se ao fato de que algumas das estratégias são desenhadas para um certo nível de pessoas ou de comerciantes, de quem quer empreender, de quem está no setor privado, e não inclui a questão da inclusão. A questão da inclusão precisa de ser formulada porque nós desenhamos certas exigências a este nível para pessoas que estão ou que entendem este nível. Então, dessa forma, se nós não incluirmos as massas, aquelas que são as maiorias, e dermos prioridade à minoria, sempre vamos ver um desenvolvimento muito lento ou então quase estagnado. Porque o acesso para essa informação, o acesso à educação, o acesso ao investimento é canalizado, priorizado para quem já está num caminho um bocado mais avançado de comércio ou de questões que alavancam o PIB e o crescimento econômico. Obrigada. Eu queria saber mesmo como é que nós podemos reformular essa
Obrigado.
questão. Obrigada.
Penso que entendemos. So, yeah, I would ask the panel to address this multitude of interesting questions and comments so we can close. I think my questions are already subsumed in this richness of feedback from the floor, so I'll most probably not repeat those questions. Over. You can choose who comes first.
Yes, thank you, moderator. I think to me, a number of the interventions were comments. There were 3 specific questions, and I think the one that I find interesting is on how the region can increase the number of opportunity-driven entrepreneurs. I say that is interesting because, first of all, entrepreneurship has to start in the individual and in looking for opportunities, but we've also seen that entrepreneurship can be developed, and the type that is developable is the one that is more analytical, that is persuaded to the cause of an industry, the cause of a region, and the cause of development, while in the process being able to make business out of that. And so I think we need to start off with the reason why I responded on the entrepreneurship development question in the last set of questions was that opportunities can be hard to come by for certain individuals for a variety of reasons. And what I'm looking at when I talked about business linkages program is that you get individuals' eyes on entrepreneurship developed by looking at what is happening around them. We were talking earlier on to say this region needs food, and this region needs goods, and this region needs services. So anyone who provides any one of those things is likely to go into business. But if you look at the number of businesses that are started, which actually don't grow, and some of them die while they are young, says a lot about the environment in which they are initiated, the way they are supported, or the way they miss out on support, and the issue of resources can be a challenge, although some will say if you have a good idea, finances should not be a handicap. The environment in which that applies is limited. In the 16 member states or the 11 member states of the Southern African region, the opportunities offered by resources that are available to individuals wanting to start up businesses, or the opportunities for training in a chosen area that you want to start up business might not be open to all. And so that's an issue. And so first of all, the training and identification or capacity building of individuals who would like to break into the area of business as entrepreneurs needs to be assisted with setting up, using incubation services for certain types, especially for industry, because it can be an expensive exercise, and a number of entrepreneurs choose what they can afford, and some put money which they can afford to lose, but for others it's their livelihood that they invest.
Thank you, Dr. Ndlovu. Dr. Ikomen, maybe you can make your comments because we are wrapping up.
Thank you, moderator. I think the most interesting question to me is the one from my colleague from AU Saro on political will and leadership. I think this is one issue that has been with us for forever. But it's a concept that I engage with a lot of caution. Because depending on how you conceptualize it, it could mean very many different things, and it's a loaded concept, if I could put it that way. Yes, there is an issue of leadership. Yes, there is a challenge regarding political will. I think some 4 years ago, a brother of mine and I did a paper on the political economy of infrastructure development, looking at the Presidential Infrastructure Initiative. We used the framework that was anchored on this very concept. It was a very difficult paper to write, but it shows that political will matters. But then there are lots of intervening variables that sometimes trump over, not President Trump, just over neutralize political will. So political will it cannot be a single explanatory factor to outcomes. It could be there in many instances, but it could get derailed by other more powerful forces along the line. There are lots of political economy issues that we don't want to engage here regarding Africa's development, more broadly speaking, that go beyond political will. We just spoke about the AFCFTA, which is the one initiative that we've been talking about since it was crafted. I know people will say it's as a deja vu, because when NEPAD was crafted, it was the new Rome. It was the conversation. Our hope and prayer is that the political will and leadership that led to the crafting of the AFCFTA should accompany it to deliver on the goods it promises. But there are lots of variables in between, both exogenous and endogenous, that could bring outcomes that we didn't plan for. So I agree with you, political will is important. I agree with you, our leaders need to be more forthright. They need to walk the talk. But there are times you want to speak loud, and then you look behind and you say, I need this force, so let me tone down. That's the one I want to engage in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ikome. Now, Miranda Lutempo, you have the floor for your comments and final thoughts.
Thank you, Chair. I think I would like to react to a comment that talked about so many strategies that are in place, and they seem to be designed for a certain level of people. It's like in the kind of policy space that is there, it's not inclusive. I think if I understood it that way, especially when it comes to trade, there's a lack of information, and how are we ensuring that there's enough information to reach everyone? I think I'll go back to a number of issues. For me, my suggestion is that in as much as we are dealing with regional integration, I appreciate the fact that all these big organizations that are represented here have different strategies and policies that are there to enhance industrialization and regional integration. So the issue that is very cardinal, in order for the information to reach out and have a more inclusive development, is to ensure that we have coordinated approaches. Because I know in our engagements with COMESA, we know that COMESA is doing a lot in terms of women and business, and they are reaching out to women at a very lower level, not just at policy level, but they have so many projects. So there's a lot of information that is going out, and AU SARO has got, it has been trying to implement quite a number of youth programs to ensure that there's access to information to the youths, for them to understand what the AU is all about, and trying to sensitize them on a number of issues. And I think during the presentations that have been made on digitization, the youths are one of the groups of people that have come out. They need the right skills for them to be able to have access to information and to participate in certain businesses. So for women also, we mentioned financial literacy in our discussions. That can help them to have access to markets. I submit.
Thank you. I think we are coming to the end of our session. I would like just to take the opportunity and the privilege of being in this position of moderator, just to make a very brief comment and before thanking everybody. I have the impression, what stood out for me from this session is that we are still challenged by sort of a silo approach intervention of our institutions and our member states. We need to look more at integrated fashions, as Dr. Ikome, if I'm not mistaken, mentioned, a supranational kind of approach rather than country by country or approach, or even if it's a collaboration, but if we don't have this supranational ownership and mindset, it will be hard to overcome the little hurdles that come every step of the way. I think even within the AU, the sub-regional bodies, we have to find a common ground, a common denominator, and a standard, so they can all push in the same direction. They can all work by the same kind of goals, targets, and procedures. and that will send a signal to the member states as well, because if among regional bodies there's no harmonization, integration, and there's sometimes competition, what can we think about individual member states? So I think there is a lot to be done there. And definitely, as Dr. Njovo alluded to, the issue of energy access and the right choice of mobility, plus the issue of putting toward this one-stop borders and maybe at country level all sorts of digital facilities that can enable efficiency and productivity. I think that has to be taken seriously. So to conclude, I have the impression that even though we are all committed, we are still very much focused on the roof rather than on foundations and infrastructure. If we're talking about building a house altogether, and we have to look at foundations, like it was mentioned by the colleague from the Seychelles, the education system, and commitment to specific goals. This has to come first before we set our level of ambitions. And I would like to thank everybody, and it was a privilege and an honor to be the moderator, even though from a distance. And I thank for this honest, substantive, and very informative session that we had the opportunity to attend. And thank you very much. Over.
Muito obrigado, senhor moderador. Fazemos votos de bom trabalho e estamos bastante felizes pela vossa participação e porque concretizamos os objetivos deste ponto e canimamos.
Obrigado, senhor mestre de cerimônias. Até a próxima.
Queremos continuar com o nosso trabalho nesta tarde e desta feita para o 9º ponto, mas antes uma informação da parte da organização deste evento. O nosso almoço está agendado para 14 horas. 14 horas. Eventualmente poderá ser servido um pouco cedo. Em todo caso, todas as nossas discussões devem ser orientadas no sentido de terminarmos o debate o mais cedo possível. No nosso programa, agora vamos para o 9º ponto da agenda, que é do painel de discussão sobre o polo de inovação verde, aproveitar as inovações escaláveis para a industrialização verde na região. Para moderar este tema, contamos com a presença da chefe da secção da industrialização inclusiva na sub-região, do escritório da sub-região da África Austral, a senhora Olainka Bandele, a qual tenho a honra de convidar para tomar lugar no presídio e dirigir este debate. Obrigado.
Good afternoon, everybody. Boa tarde. I have the pleasure of moderating this session, panel 9, and this session has been built on the basis of trying to engage more with the private sector within the ICSOE. And so it's the Green Innovation Hub concept that is looking to harness scalable innovations for greening industrialization in the region. And in this panel, I would like to welcome 3 delegates that are in the room and one that is virtual. So can we welcome Mr. Mashudu Ramano, who is the Executive Director of Ethical Solutions Holdings from South Africa, to join us on the platform, please. Also, Mr. Pedro Tomo, who's the Managing Director of Agro Services Mozambique, and also Mr. Thompson Sinkala, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Tomro Biofuels Zambia. So, and of course, we want to make sure that we have virtually online Mr. Mulweli Rebello, who's the Director General of Guano Fertilizant Mozambique. We were to have a 5th panelist with us as well, but unfortunately that panelist was unable to join us, so we have the 4 today. You're welcome. And I hope we'll get confirmation that Mr. Mulweli Rebello is with us online. So in the interest of time, I won't go through the bios of these esteemed gentlemen that I have with me for this panel session. We are going to adjust and take the time that's required so that we can listen and engage with these businesses in terms of what they're doing in the sector. If we have to then capture some of this panel after lunch, we will do so, but we will get an update as we go along. So, I think we'll start with the panelists with me, actually, while we wait to see if Mr. Rebello is online. And
I am online, Alenka. And Mr. Thomas online as well, I believe.
Excuse me, good afternoon. The ask to be online.
Oh, great. That's great. Thank you. Good to have you with us. So we would actually then start with Mr. Rebello who's going to present virtually, and he is a social entrepreneur working in the ICT sector, producing economic and social upliftment opportunities through sustainable agriculture sector. And I think this particular intervention is going to share with us bat guano organic fertilizer and speak to the scalability opportunities. This is a 10-minute intervention, and then we will have an opportunity to engage with the panel after all of their interventions. So please go ahead, Mr. Rebello. Thank you.
Thank you, Alenka. May I just ask, should I present the PowerPoint on my side, or will you do it there?
You should have been given control your end, so you would be able to do it from your end as a presenter. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you confirm you can see it, the screen?
You can see your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. It's a great honor to be here to present our Guano Organic Fertilizer project. So let me start by explaining that our vision is to turn Mozambique into a major player in the organic input sector, and eventually use these inputs to start producing organic food products, particularly which are of a high value in international markets. One of the big problems we have in this part of the world, but in everywhere else, It's the sustainable agriculture. Our agriculture is very limited, it's not sustainable. Smallholder farmers produce very little, mostly for personal consumption. In Mozambique in particular, we don't have the culture of using inputs. So our yields are very low compared to what they could be. And then we have the problem of depleted soils from bad agriculture practices, whether it be from using chemical fertilizers badly or from over producing in a particular field until it's no longer usable, and then the population moves. So guano is something that can address these challenges. For those who don't know what guano is the name given to bats and seabirds' excrements. So it's in Mozambique, it's bats that we were exploring. It's found in caves in many parts of the country. And it was explored commercially in the 1950s, 60s, 70s with thousands of tons being exported. But because of the Civil War, this activity stopped. But there are studies showing that Mozambique alone has more than 700,000 tons of guano. Why is guano so good? The first is it contains the nutrients: nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, magnesium, calcium, most of the nutrients that the soil needs or that the plants need to thrive. Guano has them. It also has a high percentage of organic matter, but more importantly, it has microorganisms that help to accelerate the decomposition of the organic matter and help the plants to absorb. So in a field where there are no microorganisms, you may put as much fertilizer as you want. If there are no microorganisms, the plants will not be able to absorb it. So guano is rich in these three particular components. In terms of socioeconomic impact, it is 100% ecological. It's taken from caves, bagged and applied directly to the ground. It would reduce, or it does reduce, the use of chemical fertilizers. We are not suggesting in all cases to substitute, but you can use them together and your yields will be a lot better and your ground will prevail and not degrade. And it's healthier in general terms. In terms of rural development, this is extracted in areas where there's very little economic activity. In Mozambique, it's in the inner land in Nyasoro, and we're now expanding to Xeringoma. And it's the population that extracts this. So our model is setting up local cooperatives. They own the mines, the licenses, and we facilitate and buy the product and commercialize. And all the profits are shared locally. Food security increases production yield. We've done tests. We've done with a local university, with the Institute of Agrarian Investigation, and it's been proven that it is very effective fertilizer. It's an export product, with guano being sold in South Africa, if I'm not mistaken, at about 200 Rand a kilo, and in Europe as much as 10 euros a kilo. So it has a lot of potential, and Mozambique has quite a bit of it. This is an example of the study we did on the efficiency of guano compared to other chemicals, and this is the economic efficiency. So price application, this on the side, on the you see it's a carrot. Some people look at it, think it's a potato, a carrot produced with guano. In the red square, these are the samples where guano was used. In terms of economic return, it was better than even with the NPK. So the process, just very briefly, the population extracts from the caves. They live around the caves. It's transported to warehouse. We literally at the moment sieve, so it's using mesh. We take the impurities, we bag it, and then take to the plants or bring to Maputo for repackaging. And then it goes to the retailers, such as Builders Warehouse, Aki is another retailer, and Take Up, or given to individual clients. So our journey, we started this in about 2015, the idea started. It took us 2 years to get the mining license, the first mining license. We didn't understand the procedures, the bureaucracies. We had to negotiate with local population, ceremonies, etc. And we got the license and we started exploring. Between 2018 and 2020, we sold about 200 tons, mostly to a big organic sugar producer in the north of Mozambique, in Chiure, but also to retailers, as I explained. We managed to export one container to Portugal. We did a lot of trials to understand exactly what the guano was in terms of concentrations, in terms of application, etc. And 2021 and 2022 were the best years, I would say. We managed to get the product certified by the Ministry of Agriculture locally as a national fertilizer. This is based on the trials that I showed before, two years of trials in various ecological areas of Mozambique, in various cultures. And in the end, we managed to get the license, which allows us to export, because now we have what is called a certification of origin. And so our next goal is to actually export regionally to South Africa, for example. We also managed to get the product at Builders Warehouse, which is part of the Walmart group. We registered this in South Africa so that we could sell it here. The head office is in Johannesburg. But it added to the credibility of the product, and it gave us some steady cash flow. And we got approved of funding from a government project called Sustenta, which we are currently working on. And as I explained, we're expanding to an area called Ngoma. Now, this is a map of Mozambique. The green dots are where we have the concessions. Inhasoro was what we call the pilot project, estimated 500,000 tons around the Inhasoro area. In Chiringoma, the studies reflect 500,000 tons. These are studies done in the 1970s by government together with some Russian scientists. Now, these are strategically positioned next to railway lines, next to the road. The port of Beta is also within close proximity. So a lot of potential for export
Mr. Rebello,
and exploration.
Just advising you, you have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, no problem. It's not a long presentation. This is just an example of where in international markets or how guano is sold. It is a product that's recognized internationally. And Mozambique has so much of it that it's a pity not to be taking advantage. So we are always looking for partners. The main thing at the moment is what we call product engineering, scientists, to help us understand how best to process, how best to stabilize the nitrogen content, create a homogeneous product. And then following that, we have the licensing for South Africa. For example, we're trying to get it into South Africa and other standards, organic, fair trade, sales, marketing, and financing. I think they're quite self-explanatory. Yeah, this is some images of our work. Yeah, that's me going to one of the caves. Not very good health and safety. That was a long time ago. We've improved since then. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Rebello, for keeping to time. Please stay with us. There will be an opportunity for engagement after all of the presentations. But thank you for a rich insight into the business that you have innovated with this unique product. I'm now going to turn to Mr. Mashudu Romano, who's the Executive Director of Ethical Solutions Holdings, and is actually going to be introducing to us the work that he's doing in the hydrogen economy space, using fuel cell technology solutions for affordable, decentralized, and distributed energy. Floor is over to you, Mr. Romano. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I guys to be here to help me organize. While we are sorting out the technology, I need to say that what I am doing has been inspired by the work that I read some 30 years ago. Oh, good afternoon, and all protocol observed. When I read an article written by Dr. Adebayo Adedeji, who I guess was the first secretary for the Economic Commission. I want to get into this. I have it there already. Oh, this. I've got a 2-minute video on my product that we are introducing into the African market. But I was still saying that I read Dr. Adebayo Adedeji's article on the indigenization of the African economy. And that has been at the background of what I'm doing. When I look at our continent, 32 million square kilometers in size. You can put Europe, China, America, all of them into this continent and still have some space. Yeah, that's the one. And yet, we are net food importers. We don't produce enough energy for our people. And our economy is going global. The African economy, all the indices are showing a downward trend in an increasing population. So we are heading for a serious crisis. But we need to start now to think about how do we become resilient and do things for ourselves. I want to show this quick movie. It's a 2-minute movie. It's on my product. The fuel cell. Doesn't have volume. Oh. Anyway.
Is the volume being controlled by?
It's okay. I think let them just see the product. It's fine. cell is a 200-year-old technology. And it is silent, no moving parts, only works on converting chemical energy into, I need to get out of this, my technology chap, can you just come back here? I need to get onto my slides now. You know, some of us were born BBT, before technology. So we struggle. I've got to get my children to come and show me how to do things. So I need to get into my slide down there. That's it. Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So I can't, oh, there we go. So I started on this journey 15 years ago. In 2007, I decided that I'm going to do fuel cells. And the reason when I started was because I was looking at the beneficiation of platinum group metals. It's taken me 15 years. You can see it's an uphill to where we're going. And I tried to bring in technologies from Japan. I spent 11 years going to Japan every year. I tried to bring technologies from Europe, and they all refused to do business with me. And then I decided to do a Marcus Aurelius. Now, Marcus Aurelius, 2,000 years ago, said, an impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. So I sent my team, and I said, go and scout around and see what we can find. And they came back and they said, we can do our own fuel cell. That was in 2016. The rest is history. So what I'm doing is a partnership. It's a partnership between myself as an entrepreneur on one side, my development finance institutions of South Africa. It's taken years to get them to see the vision, but they are there with me now. So they and myself, we have invested about 130 million rands now to develop this technology. And then ultimately, a government came on board and gave us the land. Well, they haven't actually given us. We are going to set up in an SEZ. They've allocated 700 hectares of land for us to build this new industry in South Africa. We are busy with the plans, all the engineering, the planning, township, and so on, to create a new industry in Africa. And then because I did not have the engineering for fuel cells, we had to go outside to find the engineering skills. We found a very sophisticated technology in the UK, the size of my hand, with 100,000 holes in it. That's the technology that converts chemical energy into electrical energy. And then we found an engineering company in Austria with 280 fuel cells engineers to help design the system for us. So that is the team. And in July this year, what I showed you, we tested. It works. It's a 50 kilowatt module, and we plan to package it in 250 kilowatt systems. My values, I don't have to bore you with my values. I've shown you the video, but this is what we are going to do. We are going to build a new industry in the continent. I looked at global value chains, and all I saw was Silicon Valley coming up with some things, fly over Africa and pick up all our minerals, go to China or to South Korea and go and you manufacture there, and then on the way back to the markets in the West, they drop a few little things. So Africa was conspicuous by its absence in global value chains. Completely absent. We proud ourselves with taking all the raw materials and we ship them to be value added somewhere. But what we are doing, I looked around and I saw the hydrogen economy is a huge opportunity. And I said, where do I want to play? 2050, this is a long vision, 2050. Boston Consulting Group did a study and they said the hydrogen components market is a $200 billion market by 2050, $200 billion by 2050. And I said, I want to take 20% for my continent, only 20, or for South Africa at the time when I started, 20%. And 20% is 40 billion, and it's 2.5 times bigger than our whole South African mining industry. The mining industry in South Africa is 14 billion. If I take 20% by 2050 of 200 billion, we have a $40 billion industry located in the continent. And that's where I'm going. So we start off with my technology, the fuel cell, and we do everything that is associated with that fuel cell value chain. So we've already negotiated this technology that I said is the size of my hand that goes inside the fuel cell to manufacture it in South Africa. The powertronics, the electronics that get the electricity to move from one component to the other, we will do it in South Africa. And so many others around. There's 430 components that go into that equipment that you saw. 430. Why can't we do it? Why should we have it done elsewhere? It's time to do things for ourselves. You know, when I was looking at the history of our continent, way back 3,000, 4,000 years ago, Europe, Greece used to come to Egypt. And who were the Egyptians that they came to learn from? They were as dark-skinned as better. They were much more dark-skinned like me. That's where the Greek philosophers learned the mathematics. Now we read about Pythagoras. I was doing a study on classics, and my professor was saying Pythagoras invented the hypotenuse and so on. And I look at him and I said, but Pythagoras learned that in Egypt. So we need to do those things, and we can do them ourselves. So we are doing this industry in the continent. So this is the network, knowledge network, where we, it's bringing a whole lot of people and a whole lot of technologies, knowledge, and skills from so many different parts of the world. So we have some partners, as I said, in Europe. We have Hedge in the USA. We have local suppliers, and I decided that we will have local people producing some of the components. And I went to them in April this year in one of our townships, and I said, I'm coming to you 2 years before I set up my factory, because I want you to start now to prepare to produce certain components. And don't tell me in 2024 that you were not given an opportunity to do something. So we are working to get a supplier development program happening in the townships with our people. 300 of them attended the session. So this is inclusive development.
Mr. Romano, 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
2 minutes. Sure. Let me see. So anyway, let me leave all of this and just go to the recommendations. first recommendation I'd like to make is, whilst we understand the importance of the political economy, that you need politicians, regulatory environment, and so on, I think the politicians stand in the way of development and innovation. You go to government to create the necessary regulatory environment. They chose to go to government. When you get there, they want to have a slice of your business. Why can't they just decide, are they politicians or government officials, or are they in business? I have risked my money, a lot of my money, to do what I'm doing. So I think we need to have an honest conversation with government, that we need each other, but they must not stand in the way of development. The second recommendation I wanted to make is development and innovation is collaboration from many different people, many different sectors, many different countries. And the third is we must never be shy to connect. This region needs to connect, not only with other people like myself in the region, but with outsiders from the region. The final recommendation I'd like to make is, how do we use mitochondria to facilitate regional integration? We are talking about a power-hungry continent, actually poverty, energy poverty, a continent. How do we work together to make energy poverty in the continent history? And maybe I should just finally just show you that slide, that the product that I am introducing into the market, we already have clients in Europe. It's a climate-friendly technology. It is an environmentally friendly technology. It can be it is a decentralized technology. You can put it in this building, and you don't need a big machine with lots of infrastructure running several thousand kilometers to bring electricity. We produce electricity where it is needed, where it is required. And we meet 10 of the SDG goals, the products that we have, 10 of them in that energy space. Thank you so much. I just wish to make a plea that please, with some of these things that we want to present and share, we must be given enough time to be able to take the people through this is a very important development in the continent. This is a very important development in the continent, but we don't have time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Romano, for your intervention and taking us through what looks like an incredible innovation with the opportunity to really support powering of the region and the continent if you are able to take this product to scale as you envisage. And it is quite eye-opening to listen to you take us through the different aspects of this fuel cell technology. But before we go too deep into your presentation, and I did hear your point about giving time for interventions, but even this forum, this platform that we're doing now, it's an innovation of the ICSOE itself, just this one panel on the Green Innovation Hub. So we will get there with time in terms of this engagement. I would now like to open the floor to Professor Thompson Sinkala, who from Zambia, who clearly by his name, is a professor, but also, incredibly, very interested in the bioenergy field in terms of producing fertilizers which are really kind to the planet and support rural communities and the agricultural sector. So the floor is open to you, Professor Sankala, and of course I have to say it is 10 minutes and we'll have an opportunity for discussion thereafter. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, colleagues. I've prepared close to 50 slides, 49 to be exact, basically to give you complete information, but I'll be jumping some of these slides so that I emphasize set messages. So my presentation will look at two fertilizers. One is called soil biomicrobes and the other is called digested liquid fertilizer, and this will be done in the context of developing a resilient bioeconomy in Africa. I'll run you through the content as it stands here, but let's get to it inside of the presentation itself. What we do as a company, we are engaged in biodiesel production, in ethanol, sorry that some of the slides can be seen down there, and then biogas farming, training, and what else? A lot more, consultancy as well. Now, today, I want to make a presentation, like I said, on soil biomicrobes and the digested liquid fertilizers. Something else I'd like to do. Ordinarily, I would have brought this product or products to you to assist me as a scale-up. But instead, I'm inviting you to make money. Isn't that a rare message? That I'm inviting you to make money. Now, if this doesn't work, if we don't make money, don't blame anyone else but yourselves, one, and two, inadequate government policies. In the first product, we are two partners. One is I'm working with Mlembo Farms. It's a farming company based in Serengeti. And it's responsible in our agreement for developing inoculants, and then we are into production. Now let me just give you an example of what this is all about. How many of us have eaten wild fruits? Wild fruits. Okay, quite a few. I see that some people live in the planet. I don't know how they can. Yeah. Yeah, now, how many of us that have eaten wild fruits have ever gone in the bush to put fertilizers on the fruit trees that we eat from? You see nature? And that's the fertilizer we are making. We are making nature's fertilizer. And that's exactly what makes the difference. This fertilizer has been sought after since the beginning of the last century. When the first, a German scientist wrote the first book, and the UN has been on the lookout on commercializing this. It's difficult. Like my colleague said, we are the first to commercialize it here in Africa, in the village setup. Others have managed to harvest soil biomicrobes but have failed to produce in large quantities. Others isolate parts of this. Others make it solid forms. But we have succeeded to do this. Now, I want you read in your own time about the different types of fertilizers. The type of fertilizer we are talking about has different types of microbes, and they all have different roles that they play. little bit more detailed, you have on my immediate left here an unhealthy root system. On your right there is a healthy root system. This one suffers from nematodes, if you've heard of that. Our fertilizer is doing what's on the right. What our fertilizer does, if we take our good mothers here, it's not, okay. If we take our good mothers here, you see, as those who are in the medical field, there are two things one can do. One is, if, let's say, our mother is expecting, you can either neglect the mother and concentrate on the child, or concentrate on the mother, let the mother be healthy with the hope that the child out of the mother will be healthy as well. Our fertilizer is concentrating on the healthiness of the mother. It means it treats the soil, it sort of makes the soil function well with the hope that the crop, the plant that will come out of there will be okay. But our fertilizers today, look at how we've been fighting with fighting diseases, how we've been fighting diseases. Any crop you plant, you have to contend with diseases. That is a major difference. And when we go there, we harvest the entire colony. We don't do any modification whatsoever. We go in the ground like witches and harvest those soil biomicrobes. And we don't produce them, we merely multiply them. And so this is the factory here where my company is multiplying those soil biomicrobes. And on the right there is where we are actually packaging them as liquids. And these are the different forms that you can use to contain them and distribute them. And this is two examples of how you apply them. You can use what we are calling the method and the box method. Here's my colleague here. He's demonstrating to villagers in Zambia on how to apply our soil biomicrobes. And on a large scale, you can see the drum there, it has soil biomicrobes, and then the tractor is helping to apply that. This is a crop. Now, again, just like in nature, we applied once in these two fields here. And for 12 years, we never repeated. Just like I said, you go in the bush, you never go to put fertilizer. So when we introduced soil biomicrobes, that's it, we mimicked nature, and we never went and repeated any application, and we were harvesting for 12 years. I will skip this part. I'll also skip, well, something else, you see, these other fertilizers, once you apply them, the nutrient content can only diminish. Ours doesn't. To the contrary, it builds up. And then let's get to the second type of fertilizer that we make, and this is digested liquid fertilizer. This is made using anaerobic digestion method. This is in cooperation between my company and Ichi Energies of Tanzania. This is not a new thing. It's actually big business in Europe. But this just shows you how this is made. And then you can see that in Europe, they've already gone far and actually they've scaled it up and mechanized its application. So it's not new. Now, what are we focusing on? It's on distributed portable units. And this is where I immediately invite you to make money. How are you going to make money? I'm convinced that all of you, as long as you eat, every day you spend money on energy. That's number one. Okay? So immediately you install that portable unit, you save lots of money. Secondly, simultaneously you also produce fertilizer, because after all, most of the energy you spend money on is on cooking. So immediately we install for you, if we install it in the morning, in the evening, you're already making money in fertilizer, and you're already cooking using then when it comes to fertilizer application, this would be a medium-sized drip irrigation. Then, based on my father's principle, that's my nephew, all my relatives are not allowed to come to see me unless they conform to is covered there, says myself. No one is supposed to come and bother me when they have resources around them, because I use the same resources to survive. So, while he's waiting for modern, irrigation setup, he looked for a drum. I don't know if he stole it from his grandmother, but he looked for a drum, and then you can see he set up a drip irrigation. So no excuse of saying, oh no, because I haven't saved enough money to set up things. So sorry. What happened? So this is, you can see the bud adjuster here, and this puppy is 4 weeks old, and some chief already came to visit, and here it's 6 weeks old, and you can see that it's not doing bad. And let me report to you that I'm not anymore buying fertilizers. And what are the examples of West biomass resources? We have plenty. I won't go into detail on this. You can actually dig out information. This was done by Irina. But something I wanted to say, 1/3 of all food produced for human consumption is actually lost. This study here was done in 4 countries, Australia, Canada, UK, and US. And you can see how much money they spend or they lose just on waste. That every week, the food you buy, 1 basket of that food is thrown away. You see, and it's money when you translate it into it. I know for all of you, that is money for lunch. Eh? For me, it's a lifetime payment. And you can see the different types of foods and how much we waste of it. It looks like vegetables are the most wasted. And that's all money that we are throwing away. So you go to the market, you spend $20, then $5 you put it in the bin. Hey, what is happening now? Have we wasted electronics as well? My computer is stable here, my friend. So I don't know what's happening.
I wonder if you're able to. Are you able to continue whilst he tries to fix that? Because you only have a couple of minutes, I'm afraid. Have you? Yes, please.
Can you continue?
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. Now, how can the question here? I did talk about us developing an economy that's resilient. You see, I want to be frank with you because I've done almost everything except killing human beings. Really, you see, we are talking about agriculture. Even, you can say I'm involved in agriculture. I've had problems there. Today you grow and you think you make money. You go to the market, you find the market is flooded, prices have changed and so forth. Anything that is open-ended, forget. It's very difficult to grow. This is why in Europe you have some, kind of moderation of prices, where they ask you to keep prices, they subsidize and so forth because they want prediction. If you can't predict, tomorrow you're in business, tomorrow you give up because you lost money. You see? Now, there's one commodity, one sector where we have 100% control of everything, and that's energy. unpredictable. I think it's for every country because government determines the price, isn't it? Because government determines the price and government doesn't allow you to do anyhow, you can predict that market. Now, what I want to say is that each of the countries represented here has a huge market. And let me give you an example for Zambia. The market that I calculated based on the consumption of fuel we have is about $27 billion when you include what I call F6, factor 6 of economic expansion. I also did the same for ethanol alone for 10 countries in Southern Africa. And we are talking about roughly $150 billion. That's money we freely give away. We give this money freely out of our content, or let's say out of countries that produce fossil fuels. In exchange, what we get: 1, poverty; 2, loss of dignity; 3, loss of jobs. That's what we get in exchange for the money that we freely give away. This is the man I'm saying, let that money stay here. And what's going to be the source to replace those fuels that we import? It's a plant, the same plant that I was showing you, because that plant can give us all the types of fuels we need.
Thank you,
including what my
Professor.
friend is including what my friend is working on, the hydrogen. So, in summary, it's a pity you can't see what I present. There are certain slides that I prepared, and I think, like my colleague is saying there, maybe you need to create some forum where we, the private sector, should come and give a complete picture, because I'm not sure that my colleagues here are convinced to say, yes, this one will make a change. I don't think so. They don't have a complete story. So this is my additional appeal to the colleague. I think at this time, this is the best I can do. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor Sinkala. We appreciate your intervention, sharing with us the background to the innovation and the business that you run on the soil biomicrobes. And I know from talking to you that this is just one element of the complete package that you offer. But I think something that was really astounding to me was the point that you made that in a 10-year cycle, you could apply the SBM system and not have to go back to fertilize the ground and get the wealth of the yields and crops that you spoke to. So I think this is very informative, and part of the reason why we wanted to invite you to explain the nature of your company to this forum. And again, I say the point is well taken about the opportunities for the private sector to speak directly to government in this way. And I know even at the country level, there are different forums that exist where companies are engaging with government, but maybe there's more that we need to do, and more that we need to opportunities that we need to create in the future to enable that to be a stronger process and an ongoing process, especially in this innovation space. So I think at this point what we would do, and I don't know how we're going to manage this even with Mr. Rebello, who was on the virtual platform, I'm not sure, but we'll at least open the floor for discussion. I think there were some great innovations that were shared, and so we should have an opportunity to ask questions, to engage. I know I have some questions, but I want to open it to the delegates first of all, to give you that opportunity to ask questions of Professor Sinkala and Mr. Romano. So the floor is open. And just to say, our MC will give us an update on lunch. I do believe it should be ready. We don't want you to be standing and waiting, as happened yesterday, so we're paying very keen attention to that. But let's try and have a conversation on this now before we close the session. Whilst I don't see any hands, I think I could ask a couple of questions because I think the experience was quite rich. And first turning to Mr. Romano with a couple of questions. The system that you explained to us on the fuel hydrogen cell looked incredibly compact, and the term slick comes to mind. I don't know how else to express it. But I was very interested in your journey in terms of the partnership relationships that you had to go through to get to the point where you have these, which looked like about 10 different partners, which are presumably engaging in different aspects of the business model. And you said eventually you got to the point where you had the government backing, but it didn't sound like it was a straightforward process. There was a journey, and maybe you could speak to that a little bit to try and explain what you go through as an entrepreneur when you're bringing a new innovation forward and you're trying to bring others to understand the concept that you're delivering to the market. Over to you.
Can you hear me? So, maybe I should start by saying we can all go into a room and we won't see the same things the same way. So I got into the fuel cell technology by chance. I was asked to chair a small business development foundation in one of our richest provinces in South Africa. And in there were mining houses, Anglo-American, and a few others. Now Billiton, then it was General Mining. And the question that I asked, inspired by Adebayo Adedeji, was how do we convert the minerals that are underneath our soil into wealth above the ground? So we did research in 2003 where we concluded we need to beneficiate the minerals. And then we said, well, there's fuel cell technology here, but it's not for us. This is my other committee members, predominantly white. No, it's not for us. We are not ready to do this. So we must do beneficiation of PGMs by training platinum jewelers. So we started a program to train platinum jewelers in 2003. And in 2005, the Anglo-American director invited me to accompany him to Japan. And when we got to Japan, I was absolutely amazed at the amount of value that the Japanese were deriving out of our platinum group metals. I mean, there's big industries. Mitsubishi is involved in it, so many others, but big. Just beneficiating the platinum minerals. So we came back and I said to this director, I want to do something with you, but I don't want to be your employee. I want you to give me the opportunities. And then we spoke about the fuel cell, that maybe I should do the fuel cell. They will sell the minerals. I get to do the fuel cell. But they needed government support. And I said, no, don't worry. I'll get you government support. This is in 2007. And I also had gone to Korea in 2007. And Korea doesn't have any minerals. And Korea is so small. Very, very small. In 1973, the per capita GDP of Korea was half the per capita GDP of sub-Saharan Africa, 1973. 2007, when I went to South Korea was the 14th largest economy in the world. At the time, bigger than many African countries combined. It was the 14th largest, and I'm saying, how did they do it? And anyway, so I come back, and I'm using that to give you how the mindset sometimes of our government. I come back, and I go to my president, who was Khalima Mutlante at the time. And I say to him, you must go to South Korea. This is what they do. I go to one of my other friends who was also a politician. And we want money now. Since 2008. And I go to ESCOM. And I say to ESCOM, we are going for a power crunch in South Africa. Let's start looking at alternatives. I go to Johannesburg. The mayor of Johannesburg was a mayor called Mayor Stow. I say to him, Johannesburg will have load shedding. Let's do something about it. Didn't even give me an audience. But now, so anyway, so there have been long, difficult discussions, negotiations. Ultimately, in 2018, the IDC, the Industrial Development Corporation, said, Mashudu, we can partner you to do the bankable, the pre-feasibility study, whether your idea of producing fuel cells will work. So that was the breakthrough I needed. And so we partnered to do a pre-feasibility study to say it works, it makes commercial sense, and the results came and they said yes, it can be done. We then said we move to the next stage of bankable feasibility. Now that's where we now need to do a proof of concept and bring in all the partners that are necessary. So we appointed AVL in Austria to do a bankable feasibility study for this technology for us. Cost us a lot of money. It's costing us, we're done now, it cost us 85 million rands to do the bankable feasibility study. So we've now got a product. We must now go and build the factory to be able to bring this product into the market. And that's also a lot of networks that you need. You need the assembly line. Fortunately, we have a South African company that is an international player in producing assembly lines for manufacturing, so they are on board. We found other partners in a few of some of the other areas that we are looking at. So the journey was difficult. It requires patience, it requires dedication. It's not about making money now, it's about making money down the line. When you break through that system, it's big. We have a product that already in Germany, they have requested us to supply the product because it is competitive. We can sell energy at the same price as ESCOM sells without all the other problems that you have. Madam Mandela here says it's sleek. Yes, it is very sleek. It is small. For a 5 kilowatt system in our technology is the size of this table, 5 kilowatt. For a 5 kilowatt system with solar, it's 27 square meters. It's maybe from here to half the size of somewhere there in size to produce 5 kilowatt of power with solar. With us, 5 kilowatt is this size, and the energy efficiencies And when I say this, people don't believe. We're talking about 60% electrical efficiency, 60%. Solar and wind, I'm not knocking them down. We can work together. With solar and wind, it's 20% electrical efficiency. We are 3 times. There is no other technology currently in the market that can produce at those levels. And then if you you get the heat, you do combined heat and power, you have over 90% electrical efficiency.
Whoa, thank you. And I think you can hear the passion and the level of research and information that has gone into you getting to this point. And I think as a region, we'll be very excited to know when this product is launched and for it to go to scale, because it really does sound like it has that potential to, don't want to use the word revolutionize the sector, but I don't know, I remember when I first met you and we started to discuss, and I said this kind of innovation needs to come to this kind of forum. So thank you very much for that insight. I want to give an opportunity, and then we'll see if we can also come back. Thank you. So to you, Professor Sinkala, as well, I think your innovation around having a fertilizer product that can be applied and treat the soil with such attention to the needs of the ecosystem itself, to the extent that, and I said it before, you don't have to go back to fertilizer again for 10 years. I mean, this, even more he's saying. So I think this is quite incredible, especially when we know that many of our regions are using fertilizers where they're not achieving the yields that they would expect from those imported fertilizer products. So my question to you then, Professor Sinkala, is what do you see as the biggest impediments to scaling your innovation in the SBM to bring it to a wider marketplace at a higher level? What do you see as those impediments, if you see any at all? But yeah.
I'm on? Yeah, in general, you see, the kind of fertilizer we make is actually responsible for nature's existence. You see, it's soil biomicrobes that sustain our existence. It's such a huge colony. It's actually number in billions. You can't even patent them. There was an attempt to do that. It never succeeded. Now, its functions, apart from being a fertilizer, it's also medicine. You can treat people with diabetes, you can treat livestock, you can do all sorts. It has the whole range of what we imagine. Now, we need, I think, assistance with localizing, how shall I say, cookbooks. See, when you go to buy fertilizer and you talk to these people in agriculture, they will prescribe to you, given the conditions, what you need to use. They'll tell you use this kind of fertilizer, this amount, and so on, because they'll have analyzed the soil. So the experience we have are for the areas where we apply this. If you go, for instance, if you come to Mozambique, South Africa, and so forth, they may have certain variations that they might want to consider so that you get good recommendations. Because if we don't do that, that's the best way of killing a product. When people do not have the right information, it's the best way of killing the product. Similarly for the biodigestate. Even as advanced as Europe is, they are still studying to enhance its performance. Already they've reached a level where if you apply it, it actually outperforms chemical fertilizers. But you need to carry out research for a given crop on dilution ratios. Because the same fertilizer is a pesticide. When you have it in concentrated form, you can actually use it as a pesticide. So if you apply it directly, it might, for instance, have high levels of nitrogen, and then you burn the crop. So we need research at regional level, continental level, so that each country, each region, they're able to prescribe, they're able to give those cookbooks. Then, in terms of immediate application, any one of us here, once you acquire, especially the biodigested liquid fertilizer, you don't need to wait until those prescriptions are done. The reason is, like I said, we have free products. If we install it in the morning, in the evening you're already cooking using your own gas. So that part alone is already saving your peppers. Equally for crops, you can start by, depending on where you are, you can ask for advice from agro people. They can tell you what to start with as they progressively, carry out those studies. You've seen my maize crop already. In fact, I haven't been to agri people. I just read and started testing, and you can see what I'm getting. So these are some of the things. When it comes to scaling up, the scale up of biodigested fertilizer is by the response of the people themselves, because these are portable units. If you come to my farm, you look at it and say, okay, you need this. That's one scale up, because each individual produces from their backyard. You see, that's why we are trying to decentralize so that the entire region, the entire continent, can have people in rural areas not anymore depending on political fertilizers, but can start producing fertilizers in their backyard, can have their own stove and their own energy without women going in the bush at the risk of being bit by snakes to gather wood, or, you see, stopping cutting trees and so on. So it should be self-propagating, but it requires that we have this information. So one help, therefore, is for disseminating information on this biodigested, or let's say the anaerobic portable digester. That's one help that we require. The other one, in terms of production, the SBM, if I told you how we produce it, it's such a small secret, yet it's been a headache for over 100 years. So unfortunately, I can't tell you how we do it. Then everybody from here will resign from their employment and just go and make SBM. So that one, once there's localized cookbook, and then we make requests from companies, governments, and so on. It's easy to scale up because our cycle is only 3 weeks. So if you tell us today that you need this amount of fertilizer, we enter into our factory, 3 weeks you have it. And then it's going to make life easy for many people, because again, I can make it even in small quantities. I can come to the village. If you say, oh, we have transport problems, so we have no truck, I'll carry what I do, my witchcraft in the pocket, and come and make it for you in the village. So it actually simplifies a lot of things for Africa, and that's all we need, is that people get the right information.
Thank you so much for that full answer, Professor Sinkala, and it's very insightful. Just a couple of comments. I think what's coming to mind from your description of what's needed for scalability is that whole issue of information and sensitization, but research and development. And it brings us back even to the statutory reports that were presented yesterday, when we saw the low level of investment in R&D in the region. So this could be a potential product that would have significant impact in the agricultural sector and is therefore needed, but the research and development investment isn't quite there at the moment, and it needs to be an ongoing process, as you spoke to what's happening in... It's okay.
Big global headache has been done. The research we are talking about is localizing just the same way we do with these other fertilizers. What rate, if you're growing tomatoes, what ratio?
Yeah, I think we understood that. Yeah, we understood it's about the R&D specific. Yeah. Yes. And so that makes it an easy entry point. So I think that's all I would say, because the questions came from me. Thank you so much, Professor Sinkala. I don't know if there are any burning questions, but at the same time, we don't want to keep ourselves from lunch for too long. But this is the opportunity, if there is any last question. Where? I can't see. Somebody's got their hand up at the back?
Yes, she had her hand up.
Ah, please, the lady at the back. Please go ahead.
Boa tarde, Rosa Rafael, jornalista Moçambique. Bom, eu acabei me interessando com o tema sobre fertilizantes. Há dados que indicam que um continente africano perde anualmente bilhões de dólares americanos em nutrientes para a fortificação de solos. E a falta de reposição de nutrientes e a erosão tem contribuído para a perda de toneladas de solos, e temos exemplos aqui em Moçambique, sobretudo no centro e norte do país. E por outro lado surge aqui, ou persiste aqui, a falta de condições financeiras para que os produtores, sobretudo do setor familiar, adquiram esses nutrientes ou fertilizantes para fortificar as suas machambas, automaticamente garantir a boa produção. O desafio é uma agricultura sustentável e rentável, mas por outro lado temos estas barreiras. Como ultrapassar?
Thank you so much for that question. I think that question is referred to you, Professor Sinkala, if you can summarize your thoughts. Thank you.
See, my sister, that's exactly the problem we have. I've been in this forum for the past 32 years, see, in the 90s. And I'm seeing the same complaints, same issues. It's because of the way we approach things, the way we approach how we go about development. I can assure you that we'll be very lucky if after this, my friend and I, when we report back to you, we'll be saying he's made 200 units and have given Mozambique, South Africa, and whichever country samples to test. That would be a big, big, progress. But otherwise, our attitude, I'll tell you what our attitude is. The way we should behave, is we should consider ourselves to be on the plane. Okay? Now, it doesn't matter whether my sister here is my enemy or friend. If she is the one that can plug a hole in the plane so that we don't get gushing of air and the plane crashes, all of us, I can imagine, all of us would be begging, please, help us survive. You see, the attitude. But as long as we're here, then we are not interested in her knowledge. We are not interested in this solution because we are eating today. We haven't even learned from Russia versus Ukraine. That's the attitude we have. We need to change how we go about. We need a timeline. What I would like to see is something like, my friend there, this technology is excellent. This is the change to make to the continent. By this date, we should reach this milestone of development. By that date, this thing was done. I don't see any of that. To the contrary, if my sister here, Olaing, suggests something, instead of looking at the idea, I start wondering, after all, you're younger than me, what is, you see that kind of like, we need to change one way anyway. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor Sinkala. We're going to allow. We've got another question, so I think we'll allow for the questions and then come back to you as well, Mr. Romano, and then we'll be looking to wind up. Thank you. Please go ahead.
So thank you so much, Professor, for that insightful presentation. So my name is Sidney Mwamba from Policy Monitoring and Research Center from Zambia. So looking at the fact that you've mentioned about the issues to do with the Russia-Ukraine war, and actually Africa is grappling with the issues to do with fertilizers. For Zambia, what is it that you are doing, especially on the fact that for us to increase our productivity or to intensify, we sort of require that we do some fertilizer-specific recommendations or requirements in line with different agroecologies if we are to ensure that we basically don't get to use our blanket recommendations for different types of crops. Is there any form of R&D that you are doing currently to sort of validate and optimize your fertilizers to specific clients who are doing different types of crops?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, and these are some of the pictures that I wanted to show you. First of all, we are constructing a training center. As I'm talking now, maybe some 3/4 way. The idea is that anyone from the region or anywhere in the world can come to see what we are doing. The other thing we've done, we've been to ZARI, Zambia Agricultural Research Institute, made a presentation, and they've agreed to start carrying out tests. But we can also use our own test experiences that we have, and we do give various amounts depending on what arrangement we have. So that information is existing all the way from small scale to large scale. So it's simply up to the country, the response that we get, that we scale up. Remember what I was saying, that we start seeing poverty as an enemy, that we don't wait for the Arab upstream, right? To occur in Africa before we start, making decisions. Yes, it is. Maybe my mouth was looking up. Yeah. So you see, what we are seeing, and I want to be frank, and my friend is here. He can reprimand me if he wants to. What we are seeing is happening, for instance, in South Africa. Is a mini, what are you calling it again?
The outages that are happening, the uprisings?
The protests that we see sometimes. We shouldn't go that way. You see, I think we should be ahead of problems. They say prevention is better than cure. And when we see solutions like this, and what my friend is talking about there, I already submitted a report to the UN because they asked the same question. We've been independent for so many years, but we are not seeing a change. So I recommended how we go about it, and actually included, as if I knew I would meet him, ideas like his. We should have a distributed development in our countries. And this is where some of these solutions are coming from. These solutions that you see me engaged in are because I've had it up to here dealing with politicians. I didn't want to share with you this information. There's a time I had a company and we raised a partner and spent $1 million to prepare investment to the tune of $10 billion, and it died in front of politicians. Until I went myself, which is my father's philosophy, which I'd forgotten and two children reminded me. It simply says, if you don't use your intellect and resources around you, you exchange $1 trillion wealth for $1. And that's what we are doing right now.
Thank you so much. I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Romano, for your, please.
Okay, so all I wanted to say is that I'm not an electrical engineer. Okay? I am a sustainability practitioner. But because energy is such a fundamental issue, I made it my point to learn. I spent 2 years looking at energy transitions of the last 200 years, and I saw underlying patterns. So if I could do it, you can do it. If we could come up with an idea of doing a distributed, decentralized energy solution, so you too can do it. Don't underestimate the capacity that you have to do something that can change the world. You don't have to be a particular designated, whatever title. But if you determine you want to do it, you can do it. But we come from a disempowered mindset. Our whole education system was disempowering. You can't do this, you can't do that. And you are only an engineer. You are not a social scientist. You are only this. And we need to come out of that and say whatever we need to do to change the situation, the dire situation in Africa, we can do it. So each and every one of you can do it. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Mr. Romano. And I think that is actually a good point for us to close this session on, because it's words that we need to be reminded of our capacity to effect change. So I think on that point, I am going to close. We have time over lunch as well to discuss further. And just to say, it's been a pleasure to moderate this session. And we look forward to seeing how we move forward with some of these initiatives. So over to you, MC. Thank you so much. Just one more round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you.
Senhoras e senhores, chegamos ao fim de mais um tema para discutir nesta tarde. O tempo já correu bastante. Queremos sair para um intervalo de aproximadamente 1 hora, que servirá para o nosso almoço. Pedimos a vossa paciência por isso. E retornamos depois de 1 hora para continuarmos com o nosso penúltimo ponto para hoje. E nessa altura iremos ter trabalhos relacionados com o secretariado e que tem os relatórios para poder apresentar. O almoço será servido mais uma vez no restaurante chinês, no Hotel Glória, e todos estamos convidados para esse momento e desejamos bom apetite. Obrigado. Portanto, agora são aproximadamente 15, voltamos às 16 horas. Obrigado.
Recording stopped.
Allô, allô, teste son. 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 Um, dois, um, dois, um, dois, um, dois. Allô, allô, teste som. Allô, allô, teste som. Allô, allô, teste som. Teste de som. Teste de som. Um, dois, um, dois. Armando, já está? Ok. Alô, alô, um, dois, um, dois. Alô, alô, um, dois, um, dois. Alô, 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 alô. Ok. dois, um, dois. Um, dois, um, dois. Um, dois, um, dois, um, dois, um, dois. Teste de som.
Thirsty.
Thirsty. Thirsty.
Josefa?
a eleição do local e do organizador da 29ª reunião em 2023. Mas também teremos a eleição do redator. Queremos dar uma salva de palmas enquanto o presidente toma o lugar. E obrigado. Com a permissão do senhor presidente, quero convidar o secretariado da 28ª reunião, que é a presente, para poder apresentar o relatório. Secretariado.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. We are waiting for the rapporteur of this session to join us so that he can present the report of your deliberations.
Recording in progress.
Muito obrigado. Vamos esperar por uns instantes. Acredito que o relator está próximo e a seguida avançaremos. Senhor presidente, se permite, enquanto aguardamos pela apresentação do relatório pelo secretariado, queríamos avançar com alguma informação logística. Para as delegações que irão viajar amanhã, o minibus estará disponível no Hotel Glória a partir das 5 horas. Entretanto, para aqueles que por alguma razão viajarem hoje e que não tenham comunicado à organização, agradecemos que comuniquem rapidamente. Aqueles que tiverem feito a alteração do voo para mais do que o tempo que estava previsto, também agradecemos a comunicação. Esperamos que esta informação depois seja replicada aos colegas que eventualmente não estão neste momento aqui conosco. Secretariado.
We are still waiting. The delegate from Angola, who is our rapporteur for the meeting, is not yet here. With your permission, we could present as Secretariat your report.
Recording stopped.
Bom, boa tarde, vamos retomar a sessão final. Espero que todos tenham gostado do almoço. Enquanto estamos à espera, eu estava a pensar já em chamar Botsuana e Malawi para dançar aqui à frente, para nos entreter. Bom, há uma sugestão avançada. Enquanto esperamos o relator, podíamos entrar para o ponto número 12, que seria a eleição do anfitrião do próximo evento e o local.
Recording in progress.
19ª reunião. Depois entramos para a apresentação e adoção da declaração dos resultados da 28ª reunião. Concordam com a proposta? Ok. Então, o MC, mestre cerimônia ali, vai controlando aqui a votação. Indicação? Sim? Moçambique? Quer votar?
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente, com a vossa permissão. Moçambique gostaria de propor que a 28ª reunião do Comitê Intergovernamental fosse realizado em Gaborone, neste caso assumido pelo Botsuana. É a proposta de Moçambique. Submeto, Sr. Presidente.
Ok. Temos uma proposta, Botsuana. Lesoto? Qual é a proposta de Lesoto?
Thank you, Chair. I second the proposal for Botswana. Thank you, Chair.
Obrigado. Segunda votação, Botsuana.
Can I say something?
Mas é Botsuana, não é? Não, Botsuana fica para depois. Botsuana fica para depois. Malawi?
Okay.
Indicação?
Chair, we support the proposal, 100%.
Zâmbia? Qual é a proposta da Zâmbia?
Well, thank you, Chair, for giving us this opportunity to give a voice. We may not at this stage give any dissenting voice, but go with the wishes of the majority. Thank you.
Uma forma elegante de dar a proposta. Zimbábue?
We support Botswana, so the decision is supported, or the vote is supported.
Botswana.
We're very honored, but I would like to remind the meeting that Botswana hosted this very meeting, and I think it was 2020 or 2021, I'm not sure. So I think it would be best to give other Southern African countries a chance to host.
Chair.
Temos outras opiniões em relação à opinião dada por Botsuana. Faz favor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, delegation from Botswana. Just to mention that, yes, when we organized the meeting in 2020, every capital in the 11 member states hosted the meeting. it wasn't specifically Botswana. It was every capital, all the 11 capitals hosted the meeting. We had a gathering in all the 11 capitals and connected them, virtually. So Botswana is yet to host. That's information I thought I would share as Secretariat.
We oblige.
Ok. Bom, Botswana. E seria de facto bom voltar a Gaborone depois da pandemia da Covid-19. Então, Botswana não tem muitas hipóteses. Vão ter que nos acolher mesmo no próximo ano. É a vontade da maioria. A democracia foi exercida. Então não temos muitas hipóteses. Uma salva de palmas para Botswana. Sim, tem a palavra?
Chair, just to update the delegates and participants, I think our rapporteur is joining us now, so we'll be ready to present your report.
Obrigado. Estamos aqui à espera do nosso relator. Angola, está a chegar agora da Angola, né? Com o relator na mão. Convido para aqui à frente. Então penso que já estão reunidas as condições para apresentarmos a adoção e declaração dos resultados desta reunião. Já fizemos a eleição do próximo anfitrião, que é Botswana. Agora estamos com o ponto 11. Então, nosso relator, Angola. Sim, tenha a bondade para apresentar o relator.
Obrigado à Presidência. Primeiro pedir desculpas pelo atraso. Declaração de resultados. A 28ª reunião do Comitê Intergovernamental dos Altos Funcionários e Peritos da África Austral foi realizada no formato híbrido nos dias 26 e 27 de outubro de 2022, em Maputo, Moçambique, sob o tema Industrialização Verde na África Austral, através da digitalização, desenvolvimento de infraestruturas e integração regional, alavancando a implementação da Zona de Comércio Livre. A sessão foi presidida pelo Governo de Moçambique. O Sr. Silvino Augusto José Moreno, Ministro da Indústria e Comércio da República de Moçambique, proferiu o discurso de abertura oficial da 28ª sessão do Comitê Intergovernamental dos Altos Funcionários e Peritos da África Austral. Na sequência de uma declaração de boas-vindas da Sra. Eunice Camundo, diretora da Comissão Econômica para a África Regional, observando-se uma pré-gravação do Sr. António Pedro, secretário executivo interino da Comissão Econômica para a África, do Sr. Rino Menga, diretor para os assuntos econômicos do Ministério das Finanças e Desenvolvimento Econômico e presidente da mesa da 28ª sessão da República do Malawi, e Sua Excelência o Embaixador David Pires, representante permanente do Escritório Regional da União Africana para a África Austral. A 28ª sessão contou com a participação dos seguintes Estados-membros: Angola, Botsuana, Eswatini, Lesoto, Malawi, Maurícias, Moçambique, Namíbia, África do Sul, Zâmbia, Zimbábue e organizações nacionais, regionais e internacionais. Os delegados elegeram Moçambique
Recording in progress.
presidente da mesa da 28ª sessão, o Botsuana como vice-presidente e Angola como relator. A sessão teve a seguinte agenda de trabalho. Romano 1, sessão de abertura. Romano 2, eleição da mesa e aprovação da agenda de trabalho. Romano 3, apresentação e discussão de relatórios estatutários. Romano 3A, condições econômicas e sociais na África Austral. Romano 3B, desempenho do programa ECA na África Austral. Romano C, a implementação da agenda regional e internacional e outras iniciativas especiais na África Austral, centradas nos ODS relevantes para a industrialização verde. Romano 4, apresentação e discussão dos relatórios temáticos sobre a industrialização ecológica na África Austral, através da digitalização, desenvolvimento de infraestruturas e integração regional, alavancando a implementação da Zona de Comércio Livre Continental. Romano 5, apresentação e discussão das recomendações da AEGM sobre industrialização ecológica na África Austral, através da digitalização, desenvolvimento de infraestruturas e integração regional, alavancando a implementação da Zona de Comércio Livre Continental. Romano 6, um painel de discussão sobre o imperativo de uma industrialização acelerada, sustentável no contexto das alterações climáticas, da digitalização e da necessidade de financiar infraestruturas para o desenvolvimento na região. Romano 7, painel de discussão sobre desafios críticos da industrialização verde através da lente da experiência do setor privado. Romano 8, painel de discussão sobre aproveitar a integração regional para a competitividade, o imperativo da digitalização, desenvolvimento de infraestruturas e capacidade de competências digitais na região. Romano 9, painel de discussão sobre o polo de inovação verde, aproveitar as inovações escaláveis para a industrialização verde na região. Romano 10, apresentação e adoção da declaração do resultado da 28ª reunião. Romano 11, anfitrião e local da 29ª sessão. E por último, a sessão de encerramento. A reunião ainda produziu as seguintes recomendações. 1. Reforçar e estabilizar o ambiente macroeconômico regional com base na dinâmica na dinâmica de recuperação pós-Covid e na intensificação de iniciativas com objetivos no desenvolvimento sustentável, iniciativas de desenvolvimento nacional e regional. Recomendou ainda promover a industrialização verde, alavancando a digitalização, a integração regional, as infraestruturas e a Zona de Comércio Livre Continental. O Comitê sublinhou a necessidade de o Secretariado assegurar que as recomendações da sessão sejam transmitidas às partes interessadas, apropriadas para ação e também acompanhamento da implementação. O Comitê sublinhou também a necessidade de o Secretariado continuar a prestar apoio técnico aos Estados-membros, especialmente na preparação do comércio no âmbito da área do comércio livre continental e promoção da agenda da industrialização verde. Por fim, sublinhou também a necessidade urgente de os Estados-membros assegurarem que as questões da industrialização ecológica se tornem mais visível na industrialização e desenvolvimento nacional através de uma elaboração mais explícita no quadro nacional de desenvolvimento. Os delegados e participantes da 28ª sessão do Comitê Intergovernamental dos Altos Funcionários e Peritos da África Austral expressaram o seu apreço ao Governo da República de Moçambique pela hospitalidade, pela orientação especializada na deliberação e pela elaboração das recomendações e resultados, e ao Secretariado pela organização diligente da reunião híbrida bem-sucedida do Comitê. Obrigada.
Muito obrigado, relator. Peço para sentar. Bom, senhores delegados, foi aqui apresentado o nosso relatório, a nossa declaração, desculpe. Temos algumas observações, comentários, perguntas para fazer, sobretudo observações e comentários, não é? Que é para ver se acrescentamos o nosso relatório. O nosso relatório espelha aquilo que nós discutimos aqui. Quem quer falar? Tem uma palavra, faz favor.
Chair, as already alluded when Mozambique was presenting what we discussed on Monday, I think on our part, this also summarizes what we discussed during the whole session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Outras opiniões? Zambia?
Thank you very much, Chair. In supporting the content of the report, perhaps going forward, and especially that I'm attending this meeting for the first time, it might be helpful to circulate our report before the rapporteur comes to speak to it, so that just in case there are certain things that I might have missed, I could enrich the report prior to its conclusion, because we've not had an opportunity to read it and appreciate, but listening to the rapporteur, it does reflect our deliberations over this period. So with that suggestion, I do support that we take the report as ours. Thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigado. Secretariado, acho que deveriam ter distribuído o relatório antes, não é? Todos teriam aí na mesa, teriam tempo para ler. Aí íamos emitir as nossas opiniões com mais segurança. Não houve essa possibilidade. Mas vamos confiar no nosso relator vindo de Angola. Ele não pode vir de Angola para vir mentir, não é? Mais comentários, faz favor, mais comentários. Moçambique.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Queremos também juntar-nos ao apoio e ao conforto que temos do relatório apresentado, que eu penso que reflete, na essência, o que abordamos e temos vindo a tratar, pelo que Moçambique gostaria de também propor a adoção do mesmo, felicitando o trabalho do Secretariado. Submeto, Sr. Presidente.
Obrigado. Lesoto, queremos ouvir o seu comentário.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The report is adopted as presented, because we believe that
everything which was deliberated is covered in the report. I submit, Chair.
Obrigado, Lesoto. Eswatini.
Thank you, Chair. We believe that the report is proper and we adopt.
Obrigado. Botswana.
Thank you, Chair. According to the way the statement was read, it captured the deliberations of our sittings here. Thank you, sir.
Obrigado, Zimbabwe.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think the report captures what was discussed for the past 3 days. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Angola. Obviamente que Angola também é o relatório, não tem outras opções. Dá uma salva de palmas, já adotamos o relatório. E a declaração.
Obrigado a todos. Dizer que sem a colaboração do secretariado não era possível fazer sair um relatório que agradasse a toda a nossa comunidade. Então, esse agradecimento vai para o secretariado. Obrigado.
Ok, devolvo a palavra ao mestre de cerimônia. Vamos avançar para a reta final, no ponto 13 da agenda.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Estamos no momento final do nosso encontro e permita, Sr. Presidente, passarmos para o ponto 13, em que o moderador continua o Sr. Presidente da 28ª sessão, o qual tenho elevada honra de convidar para fazer uso da palavra mais uma vez.
Muito obrigado. O senhor relator está dispensado, já fez bem o seu trabalho. Vamos convidar agora a diretora regional, Eunice Camuendo, senhora Eunice Camuendo, para apresentar aqui as notas finais do encontro. Uma salva de palmas para a diretora. E depois da apresentação da diretora, caberá também ao representante do governo de Moçambique, que no caso sou eu mesmo, que estou a representar o ministro da Indústria e Comércio e também presidente da mesa. Então, diretora regional, tem a palavra.
Thank you so much, PS, for inviting me to the stage. I've been in and out of the room throughout the day, but whenever I was out, be sure that I was connected online because I wanted to also listen to all of you, a lot of the contributions that you've made. But perhaps before I go into the details of some of the issues that I picked up for these discussions, let me also just recognize you again, PS, that you're here. I think also in order to recognize the 27th Bureau, Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, for the work that you have done, Mr. Nchenga and team, but also all of you, the experts that have been with us since Monday to today, really to appreciate and recognize your presence in that sense. It is a pleasure for me to be with you at this concluding session of the 28th ICSOE. We have had an eventful few days together discussing a lot of the challenges, but not only the challenges, I think a lot of opportunities as well, that our countries and the region face in the context of the rich theme that we had the 28th session of this meeting, which was on greening industrialization in Southern Africa through digitalization, infrastructure development, regional integration, of course leveraging on the FCFTA. The main purpose of the meeting, I think by now we all know, because we have been in this meeting, was really to enhance our understanding of the objectives of the theme, but not only that, something that leads us to have some actions and actionable recommendations, like I mentioned, especially at the experts group meeting as well, that they can begin to inform our programs, and certainly they will for ECA, but we're also hoping that for a lot of your organizations and the governments that we all represent, that will also begin to inform your own programming and also development plans, especially for 2023 going forward. The ad hoc expert group meeting, like I said, I think it was also very rich. I've seen a continuation, and I think this is the year. Last year being my first, we did have separate themes for the ad hoc experts group meeting as well as the main meeting. This year we thought, with the guidance of the Bureau, that we should have the same running theme for both meetings. And I hope that you can agree with me that it did serve a purpose, because there's a lot to unpack. There was a lot to unpack in the theme. There's always a lot to unpack, and it also then helps us to focus our attention on, if we're coming up with an action plan or recommendation, focus our attention on one particular theme rather than spreading ourselves too thinly on the ground. But specifically, allow me to thank the delegates from our 11 member states who continue to provide guidance on the ECA program of work, especially the areas of focus in support of regional socioeconomic development and addressing the special needs of the member states and RECs. We thank the President of the Republic of Mozambique, His Excellency Felipe Nyusi, through you, PS, as well as the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry, Honorable Silvino Morena, who we had the pleasure who opened this meeting and had the pleasure for being with us yesterday. We also would like especially to thank you, Permanent Secretary, and our new Bureau Chair, Mr. Jorge Jairosi, and of course the people of Mozambique for the hospitality extended to my delegation since our arrival, and for the excellent facilities and support provided for our comfort during this session. We had, and especially for my delegation, had the pleasure of coming to Mozambique a little earlier than the rest of you. And precisely because we needed to have a lot of engagements in the country, and a lot of the support that you provided, PS and team, we really greatly and deeply appreciate your support. We are grateful to the Bureau, the new Bureau, for accepting the challenge and the responsibility of carrying the entire region for 2023. I know, and I say this, I think we are indebted to your council and always endeavor to do our best to address the needs of the region. To the various experts who have anchored discussions during this session, we feel privileged to have had your expertise in the room as you facilitated our discussions and debate from a well-informed position. I was speaking to colleagues during the break on how lively I think the discussions that we had on Monday, yesterday, but particularly today, because it was very practical discussion, we were able to move us from maybe in the abstract, if we're talking about policy and other things, to actually, what does that mean at industry level? I think I found that discussion very helpful and already begun to give us ideas in areas where we can actually intervene as an office, but hopefully for governments as well, you were able to begin to see how do you marry policy and bring it down to implementable actions in that sense. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me also to thank the Bureau of the 27th ICSOE for the guidance during the last 12 months. Importantly, also our strengthened collaboration with the RECs. And I know that we do not have, although we have the COMESA Business Council with us, we don't have COMESA and SADC secretariats with us. But trust that we do actually work very, very closely with them. And they continue, our engagement with them continues to facilitate a coordinated approach in addressing regional challenges and supporting capacity development among member states. You recall, I think throughout all of this time we've mentioned the agro-industrial park. That is actually COMESA-led. We are there as technical partners, but really working closely towards and pulling towards the same direction. We have a number of projects that we're working on with the RECs, and we believe that these bode well for future development of our region. I'm also confident that I think throughout the 3 days, or 2 days for some, we have met our objectives. Just going through the recommendations and the outcomes and our agreements, I must say this is one of those meetings that we haven't had a lot of differing opinions. I think member state after member state, except for a few recommendations on how we can do this better, I think largely in agreement, which tells me we have met the objectives that we had set for ourselves. The discussions have been very rich and interactive. The delegations have also openly shared their ideas on the way forward. And perhaps as a lesson to the Secretariat, to myself and the Secretariat, is also going into next year how we can structure our meetings better. Yesterday was really, really packed. I think we didn't have the interaction that we had hoped we were going to achieve, but you would also appreciate that, like I said, the theme was quite packed. But again, those are lessons that we're taking going forward, and we'll endeavor to make sure that it's better and we have a lot more interaction, but also contributions from the floor. Let me briefly share with you some key messages coming out of this meeting. Firstly, you will agree with me that in the face of global climate change, increasing natural resource degradation and rising environmental pollution, to the theme, greening industrialization, of the theme that we've been discussing over the past couple of days, provided a critical reflection of where the strategic advantage of our region should lie, and also looking at a lot of strategic advantages, both in terms of unlocking new avenues of development and the potential that the AFCFTA, but also industrialization holds in the context of transitioning to low carbon economies and support green industrialization. I was actually very happy yesterday when I heard several voices in the room speaking to the silver lining that we actually see with what a lot of the crisis bring. I recall Malawi making quite emphatic, making a passionate plea on why we cannot begin to produce our own fertilizers. And I think those are some of the things that we should, it has been a crisis for a lot of our countries, but it is a huge opportunity. My colleagues maybe have also shared, we did a study on just the Russia-Ukraine crisis and looking, for example, which countries are hugely impacted, and for Southern Africa, which countries export or import fertilizers from Russia and Ukraine. Of course, there are, a few, South Africa being one, but and of course a lot of us are also quite dependent on South Africa. But what that also showed, it actually pushed us to begin to look where are the capabilities in terms of fertilizer production in Southern Africa, and where should we start investing. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity there. I think, we already had Mozambique. There's some capability in Zambia, Mauritius, South Africa itself, of course, and there could also be others. So I think those are some of the things that we can actually take forward. Secondly, we explored how member states could use not only the AFCFTA, I think the AFCFTA as an enabler of building green value chains and of course other resilient industries or green industries. We further interrogated also how AFCFTA presents opportunities to support climate change objectives and green regional industrialization agenda. I recall how also we had, again, very, very passionate from AU SARO when we talk about AFCFTA and the opportunities that it represents. And this, like I mentioned on Monday, I think, again, presents opportunities on where we can have green industrialization or industries, quote unquote, without smokestacks. We are also cognizant that whilst we pursue AFCFTA implementation, we must address a number of trade-related challenges, financing bottlenecks, among others, in order to create the right conditions to maximize or some of these opportunities. I think the discussion, again, that I had the privilege to listen to today also touched on some of these issues as well. Thirdly, among other key recommendations provided by all of you, the meeting underscored a need for structural transformation that should shift the place for member states from primary producers in the global value chains to higher value-added production, a need to promote resilience across border infrastructure investments, and trade facilitation, and amongst others. I think a lot in terms of this particular issue to facilitate trade. There's also a need to synthesize climate resilience policies to industrialization policies. I think whether it was yesterday or the first day, there was a table that was put in just looking at industrialization policies in the sub-region and seeing which ones actually specifically mention green industrialization. So perhaps some of where we need to go and go back at the country level, ensure that there's alignment, but also emphasis in terms of greening industrialization. I think that's the only way that we can transform our economies in a way which creates higher value jobs and more jobs for our citizens for shared prosperity for all. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and colleagues, our meeting also explored socioeconomic developments in the region, underscored the challenges faced by member states, and on the account of the impact of COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine crisis, which presented opportunities for growth for one or two areas that, again, I've already mentioned some of that, but on the whole did not, and instead certainly undermine progress towards SDGs and Agenda 2063. The discussions further underscored the region's dependency on commodity trade, especially oil and other extractive industries, again, because this is where we are rich in a lot of the minerals, but the meeting, I think we've heard from time and time again how we're all saying, let's begin to add value to beneficiate a lot of the minerals that we have. They needs, of course, an agreement in terms of the challenges in terms of financing, but at the same time, we also mentioned that there is a lot of opportunities, especially from green climate financing, and we just need to know which doors to tap. Allow me, in closing, to extend my special thanks again to the government of Mozambique, again, particularly to the Honorable Minister, Honorable Silvino Moreno, the Permanent Secretary, who have gone over and above in hosting all of us, as well as I mentioned before, the 27th CSOE Bureau, who ably led all of us through the government of Malawi and Zimbabwe as a rapporteur throughout 2021. And I would also like to take the opportunity to thank our development partners, the UN country team here, but also the country teams, the UN country teams across the 11 member states, all of you, thanking you, all of you, for all your inputs and pouring your wisdom and ideas to this meeting, and of course the academia, the media, and all other partners that have joined or have been joining us online, despite the challenges that we're having a little bit in terms of technology. And finally, of course, I would also like to thank my team, the Secretariat, for working tirelessly as one to deliver a successful 28th ICSOE for the benefit of all of us, but particularly the member states that we serve. We look forward to effective delivery of many of the interventions that we've discussed for progression during the AGM, and of course endorsed as the outcome for this particular ICSOE. May I assure you, our delegates, that your Secretariat remains committed to facilitate implementation of recommendations of the 28th ICSOE of Southern Africa, with support from the Bureau, and is available to support member states and RECs in responding to your socio-economic development challenges. I thank you so much for your attention. And just finally, one final notice. The way we work amongst the 11 member states, because of the needs of each one of those, there are certain countries that of course we focus a little bit, a lot more than others because of the needs. Mozambique was not part of those focus countries, but I'm pleased to announce that it is going into 2023. It's going to be one of our focus countries. So expect a lot of engagement, PS, and we are there to support you in terms of a lot of the priorities that are set. And I know that my team has already started working or continuing to work with your team in terms of the AFCFTA, but any other issues, and whether it means increasing awareness and having engagement around the PRONAI and so on, we stand ready to support you along your walk in greening your own industrialization. With those few remarks, thank you again, all of you, and may you travel safe. I'm not sure when you're traveling back, but it was really a pleasure to have and see you all again, and see you in the 2023 Bureau, and I'm told we are going to Gaborone. With that, thank you so much.
Muito obrigado, diretora, pelas palavras profundas e de encorajamento e convicção de que juntos podemos de facto avançar e alcançar os objetivos da introdução verde e mesmo o desenvolvimento dos nossos países, né? E da região, sobretudo. MC?
Muito obrigado. Excelências, distintos convidados, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, caminhamos para a reta final do nosso programa e antes queremos pedir desculpas por termos permitido que fosse o presidente a moderar este momento, quando na verdade é o MC que deve moderar. Em todo caso, muito obrigado, senhor presidente, pela gentileza. Queremos entrar no momento do fecho deste encontro e tenho com isso a honra de convidar o excelentíssimo senhor presidente deste órgão para usar da palavra e proceder o discurso de encerramento. Obrigado.
Não sei se vou falar como presidente da mesa ou como representante do governo de Moçambique. Vou tentar primeiro como presidente da mesa. Aqui em Moçambique, quando chega o momento de despedida, nós choramos bastante. E, por favor, diretora, quando eu chorar, é melhor me segurar. Agora vou entrar como representante do governo de Moçambique. Sua Excelência Embaixador David Claude Pierre, representante permanente da União Africana para a região austral. Excelentíssima Senhora Eunice Comendo, diretora regional da Comissão Econômica das Nações Unidas para a África, escritor subregional da África Austral. Excelentíssimo Rino Schenga, presidente da mesa da 27ª sessão do Comitê Intergovernamental. Excelentíssimos secretários permanentes aqui presentes e altos funcionários. Ilustre representante das Nações Unidas e das organizações internacionais, prezados representantes das organizações do setor privado, academia e da sociedade civil, distintos delegados, moderadores, oradores, convidados, órgãos de imprensa, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, acaba de cair o pano da agenda de trabalho desta 28ª sessão do Comitê Intergovernamental dos Altos Funcionários e Especialistas da Comissão Econômica das Nações Unidas para a África, escritor regional para a África Austral, iniciada ontem. A profundidade do tema escolhido para esta reunião, industrialização verde na África Austral através da digitalização, desenvolvimento de infraestrutura e integração regional, alavancando a implementação da Zona de Comércio Livre Continental Africana, permitiu que de forma coletiva elaborássemos recomendações práticas e dignas de seguimento por cada um dos nossos países aqui representados, uma vez que ficou reiterado o nosso interesse comum e prioridade na industrialização verde na nossa sub-região da África Austral. 2. A geração atual e futura do desenvolvimento industrial vai depender de variáveis como a digitalização, as infraestruturas e as parcerias econômicas. 3. As oportunidades que se abrem com a entrada em vigor da Zona de Comércio Livre Continental Africana serão melhor aproveitadas com a edificação de uma industrialização inclusiva, sustentável e inovadora, integrada, resiliente e amiga do ambiente. 4. Os dividendos demográficos e empresariais dominados por jovens e mulheres, micro e pequenas empresas, constituem a força motriz da vanguarda no processo de desenvolvimento industrial. 5. Avaliamos com propostas de abordagem as condições econômicas e sociais na África Austral com foco nos impactos adversos da pandemia da Covid-19, intensificado pelo desafio das mudanças climáticas. 6. A criação de empregos através da modernização da capacidade competitiva do setor privado pode ser usado para impulsionar o comércio intra-africano. 7. As atividades realizadas no período de biênio 2021 a 2023 permitiram materializar resultados e reorientar prioridades para o biênio 2022-2023. Conseguimos adotar minutas pautais de recomendações sobre o caminho que pretendemos seguir, o que vai fortalecer a nossa perspectiva de abordagem na próxima reunião em Gaborone. Já foi escolhido aqui o Gaborone. Os nossos parabéns à equipa do secretariado e do relator pela qualidade dos documentos e fiel registro dos assuntos literalmente abordados e decididos nesta reunião. Permitam-nos, por isso, assumir este momento que todos em coro podemos dizer e ovacionar que valeu a pena esta reunião e que os objetivos traçados foram alcançados. A experiência de Moçambique relativamente ao Programa Nacional Industrializar Moçambique, que nós chamamos de PRONAI, é uma abordagem com capilaridade regional que estamos dispostos a partilhar, mas, sobretudo, a continuar a alinhá-lo na perspectiva do que seja mais atual sobre a sustentabilidade e os fundamentos da resiliência e qualidade ambiental imprescindíveis para uma base industrial moderna. A Estratégia Nacional de Desenvolvimento de Moçambique 2015-2035, ao buscar elevar as condições da vida da população, define como linha de resultados o efeito transformacional da estrutura da economia, expansão e diversificação da base produtiva, tendo como necessidade a busca de investimento em infraestruturas, sobretudo centrais de energia, estradas, ferrovias, portos, parques industriais, que são fundamentais para a criação de uma base produtiva forte e sustentável. O empreendedorismo industrial, a pesquisa aplicada, bem como a industrialização rural, figuram como vetores de força que devem continuar a animar o dinamismo da inclusão e valorização sustentável dos recursos locais no nosso país e na região. O relatório sobre a industrialização verde na África Austral, através da digitalização, desenvolvimento da infraestrutura e integração regional, alavancando a implementação da Zona de Comércio Livre Continental Africana, cujas recomendações em sede de discussões temáticas, a reunião ad hoc de peritos cuidou no detalhe, permitiu que cada painel alimentasse perspectiva de melhoria e aprofundamento imprescindível à agenda operacional da industrialização que se impõe à região austral de África, vis-à-vis o continente. Saudamos, por isso, aos panelistas e oradores pela proficiência e capacidade técnica e pragmatismo partilhados e que foram com igual qualidade espivitadas e trazidas à mesa de debate pelo insigne corpo de moderadores desses 2 dias. Senhora Diretora Eunice, Moçambique assume a presidência da mesa nessa 28ª reunião do Comitê Intergovernamental, integrando a eleição da República de Botsuana e Angola, motivado pela excelente liderança empenhada pelo nosso país irmão Malau. O nosso conselheiro, eu ontem repeti várias vezes ao senhor Rino Chenga que não vou parar de incomodá-lo como o meu conselheiro, ou conselheiro de Moçambique nesse propósito, reiterando o compromisso de responsabilidades de modo a assegurar resultados para o biênio 2022-2023. É muita honra que nos é confiada e tudo faremos para levarmos o barco a um bom porto. Vamos precisar mais do que nunca do apoio técnico da equipa técnica do escritor regional, sempre com o vosso aconselhamento e acompanhamento. Vamos nos colocar à disposição do Comitê Intergovernamental de Altos Funcionários Especialistas, numa postura de contínua interação com as organizações econômicas regionais. Mais uma vez, parabéns pela liderança, senhora diretora Eunice Calmendo, a qual eu peço uma salva de palmas. Ilustres delegados e funcionários, a vossa participação ativa durante os debates foi digna de respeito e de registro, elevando por conseguinte a qualidade desta 28ª reunião. Sem ser menos importante, gostaríamos de endereçar uma saudação especial à equipa interna dedicada à organização desta reunião, cujo trabalho incansável, paciência, hospitalidade e esmero retiram-nos adjetivos suficientes para descrever. Very well done. Saudamos igualmente as pequenas e médias empresas, empreendedoras e expositores que tomaram parte da entrevista, e igualmente da galeria exterior, que trouxe a força anímica do nosso médio de Moçambique e que sabemos que servirá de lembrança sobre a hospitalidade particular de Maputo, Moçambique, dos moçambicanos, para cada delegado e convidado. Agradecemos o apoio e presença honrosa dos nossos parceiros de cooperação, organizações da sociedade civil e da academia. Os nossos profundos agradecimentos ao apoio prestado pelo presidente da mesa da 27ª reunião, o governo de Malau, a quem especialmente felicitamos pela liderança e trabalhos realizados. Felicitamos ao governo de Botsuana pela eleição ao acolhimento da 29ª reunião, cuja preparação exortamos que já inicie e nos dispomos para que o que de útil pode ser acolhido da experiência de Moçambique. Desejamos a todos os delegados convidados que desfrutem das horas que sobram em Maputo tenham uma boa viagem de regresso aos seus países, com o voto de voltamos a nos ver na próxima reunião, que será em Gaborone. Sei que não vão mudar de ideia. Em nome do governo de Moçambique, de Sua Excelência Ministra da Indústria e Comércio, e em meu nome pessoal, como anfitrião e presidente da mesa, declaro oficialmente encerrada a 28ª reunião do Comitê Intergovernamental de Altos Funcionários e Peritos da África Austral. Muito obrigado pela atenção dispensada.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Antes, temos alguma informação. A primeira está relacionada com este questionário. Pedimos para que seja preenchido urgentemente e seja entregue à equipe do secretariado. Excelências, distintos convidados, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, tenho a honra de anunciar o fim do programa de hoje. Muito obrigado a todos os participantes da 28ª reunião do Comitê Intergovernamental dos Atos Funcionários e Especialistas da UNECA, que decorreu sob o lema Industrialização Verde na África Austral, através da digitalização, desenvolvimento de infraestruturas e integração regional, alavancando a implementação da Zona do Comércio Livre Continental Africana. Quero, antes de tudo, convidar a todos os participantes para a entoação do hino nacional. Muito obrigado. Até 29ª reunião.
Recording stopped.